Orange Sky Audio presents Icescrape, Royal Claws, Book 3, by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Vanessa Kitchens and Joe Hempel. Chapter 1. Grace. This is fine. No, really. This is absolutely fucking fantastic. It is totally okay. Grace repeated the words over and over. Maybe if she kept saying them, they would magically become true. Because in reality, nothing would ever be right again. All because her best friend, Park Ranger Piper Flamia, had gone missing. They hadn't added presumed dead, but they might as well have. The Rangers couldn't find her. She had completely vanished. Poof. And there was very little chance she would be found alive. As soon as Grace had heard the news, she knew something was wrong. There was no way on God's green earth that Piper could get lost. There was no one more competent and badass out in nature in the whole damn world. Grace had to prove them wrong. She didn't know how she would do it yet, but she had loads of research and books on her side. She would figure it out. Or she would dip even farther into her funds and hire a guide and search the whole freaking frozen wilderness, or something. She kicked her suitcase, mumbling to herself. She didn't even feel the impact of it through her thick winter boots. Boots she had paid a mint for in her panicked tear to leave New York. Her bank account would be mad at her for decades after this. It had seriously taken a shit-kicking. It would mean buying fewer books. Obviously, it was worth it, but focusing on her budget was a lot easier than acknowledging where she was and why she was there. Anchorage, Alaska. The Anchorage airport wasn't very big, and the hangar she stood in wasn't confidence-inspiring. The cold Alaskan wind blew against the thin tin walls, shaking as it went. She was already freezing. Despite her layers of clothing, she had barely spent any time outside, but she was certain she would never be warm again, especially with Piper gone from her life. She spent most of her life listening to Piper's adventures. While Piper went camping with her parents, Grace and her parents went to a museum or did a readathon. When Piper learned how to make fires and gut a fish, Grace learned how to use the Dewey Decimal System. Piper could survive in the woods. Grace could speak 3 languages. They each had their own set of interests and strengths, but they were so different. Everyone marveled that they had stayed best friends their whole lives. For Grace, it wasn't a mystery. She lived vicariously through Piper. Grace did that with books, too, but when Piper talked about her adventures, it was different. It made Grace feel like she was part of it. She was 1 degree away from being a fun adventurer, just that much closer to experiencing life instead of merely reading about it. When Piper had decided to move to Alaska, Grace was crushed. She never told anyone, but she had looked into job openings at the Anchorage Library to be close to Piper. Grace would have never gone through with it. She never thought she would leave Hawkins. She couldn't even imagine living away from her hometown. The very fact that she had left to find Piper was, well, Grace didn't know what it meant yet. Her parents had tried to caution her away from her quest, but in the end, Grace had to go to Point Hope to search for her best friend. "I could die, though," she said to her suitcase. "I might actually die because of this. Why didn't you just stay at home where it's warm and safe? No, you just had to get on a fucking plane. On a series of planes. Now this is how you will die, and you've got only yourself to blame." If this were one of her books, she'd rage at the heroine for getting on that first plane. Why would you leave the comfort of your house where there is an endless supply of tea, where it is warm and the air doesn't attack your face with frozen licks, where the only danger is a paper cut from turning a page too fast? No. Stop. Deep breath. What would Piper do? She'd stop complaining and get shit done. She spoke to her suitcase again. The ancient-looking pilot, a crotchety old man who didn't like Grace one bit, stared at her as she kicked her luggage, speaking to it like it could respond. His beady eyes were judging her. She could feel it. Silently, he was asking her who she thought she was. And he was right to ask. This was entirely out of the norm for her. Grace Tumbler didn't do adventures. She didn't take risks. gallivanting through the country's airports to get to Alaska as quickly as possible, way out of character. Before her little trip across the United States, Grace had never ridden on a plane. Now she had been on 4, and the 5th one, the bush plane made of paper, would be her coffin. Grace had read one too many books about tragic plane crashes to think it would be safe. With her legs trembling and her heart beating in the back of her throat, Grace nodded at Burl. "This is really our plane?" He grunted his response. "And it can make it to Point Hope?" He nodded. "Come on, girlie. There's a storm rolling in. We gotta beat it." Excuse me, but shouldn't we wait then? Let the storm pass?" "No, I gotta be in Point Hope on business. If you don't come with me now, I don't know when I'll be back. You either get on, or you can forget Point Hope." Grace took a slow breath and closed her eyes. For Piper. Because she is in trouble and obviously has been kidnapped and brainwashed by some kind of Alaskan cult. Bookish librarians are totally capable of finding missing people in the Alaskan wilderness. Said no one. Ever. If this were a story, Grace would have a badass mother or sister to emulate. If she was going to be inspired by anyone, it would have to be Piper. And maybe a few book heroines that would totally march up to a bush plane and head off into the frozen and wintry Alaska to look for a missing friend. Her mind flipped through all of her extensive knowledge, and she nodded. Right. She would be like Piper, and Jacinda St. James Winter, the heroine of her favorite series, was a scientist who had discovered an ancient civilization of people living in the ocean, only to fall in love with their prince. Jacinda and Piper would get on the plane in a heartbeat. No problem. Hell, Jacinda's name ended with Winter, which was basically synonymous with Alaska. That had to be fate or destiny or some other thing like that, right? Grace followed Burl into the plane and took her seat, tucking her suitcase at her feet. While Burl prepared to take off, she squeezed her eyes shut. She kept them tightly closed when they took to the air. There was so much turbulence. Grace didn't know if it was normal. The other planes had been bigger. This one could fit in the library back home. There was something really wrong about a plane that could fit in a tiny library. Surely a strong wind would make it weave through the air in a terrifying fashion. She wanted to ask Burl, but she was too scared she would puke on him. If she did that, she was pretty sure the grumpy pilot would push her off his aircraft. This is really okay. Totally normal. Bumps and lurches continued to make the plane, and her stomach, shake violently. When she found Piper, she was going to strangle her for getting herself lost. If it wasn't for that, Grace would be sipping tea with Agnes while discussing the latest Jacinda St. James Winter book. "We're going down," Burl said. Calm as could be while the controls of his shitty plane screeched through the windy sky. "What?" Grace squeaked. "We're there already?" "No, we're going to crash."
Chapter 2. Sawyer. The wind was howling so loudly Sawyer would be dreaming about it. It was annoying as shit and wouldn't stop whistling by his ears. The snow was falling too fast and thick for him to continue his work on the radio tower. With a mumbled curse, he started putting his tools away. He could deal with the storm by shifting into his snow fox and finding shelter, but then his snowmobile and tools would be lost to the snow dump that was sure to fall from the sky. The only logical solution was to drive through the shitty weather until he got to the closest cabin. He could hunker down there until the storm cleared enough for him to finish his task. He had already fixed all of the other towers. Of course, the storm would hit when there was only one left. Sawyer tucked the last of his tools into the large green canvas bag and began climbing down the tower when he saw something odd through the sheets of snowflakes. A large object was falling from the sky, fast and on fire. Sawyer knew only one person who would have taken off from Anchorage in such a storm. It had to be Burl. The old shifter could survive a crash, but Sawyer would hardly leave an ally stranded out in the middle of nowhere during a storm. Especially not if Burl was going to lose his precious plane. The old grump would be pissed. Sawyer hopped onto a snowmobile and drove toward the falling plane, estimating where it would land. It was a strange sort of thing, watching a plane fall from the sky. He wanted to help, to stop the oncoming tragedy, but there was literally nothing he could do. For a shifter, an alpha no less, and one of Winterland's co-mayors, watching a tragedy happen without any hope or recourse physically hurt him. It felt like he was letting Burl down. You can't control the weather, as Fox pointed out as he rode hard and fast through the storm. If only he could control the weather. He would have sent the entire snow dump on Andy Malone's shanty town and the army of 6 shifters to get more time for Winterland to prepare for their impending attack. In all of his years as co-mayor of Winterland, Sawyer hadn't faced this kind of trouble. But the last few weeks had been one thing right after another. He wanted a break, some time away from the snow and cold. He wanted to dip his body in some crisp water, sip a drink from a coconut, and enjoy some sunshine without arguing with Tucker and Colin. Sawyer just needed a break from life. You just want to get the hell out of Winterland to find our mate now that the other two have found theirs. His Fox wasn't wrong, but this was hardly the time to be thinking about himself. He tried to come up with some jokes he could use to cheer up Burl once the old man lost his plane. He came up short. There was nothing funny about this, not with everything going on. Burl would just get meaner and rougher. Sawyer watched in horror as the small plane skimmed over the treetops, then skidded down a slope to stop in a 10-foot drift. The sound it made would haunt his nightmares. The crunch of metal, the shaking of the earth. It was all around traumatic to witness. Dumping his snowmobile, he ran toward the fallen craft. Thick smoke curled through the snowflakes, and flames erupted from the cockpit. Sawyer was suddenly pleased he had come up on the scene. It was one thing to crash. It was another thing to see it burst into flames. He had to make sure Burl got out before the thing exploded. With all of his strength, Sawyer ripped the plane's door off its hinges. "Burl!" he shouted. "Are you okay in there?" Burl, the old grump, was curled around a bright blue lump. It took Sawyer a few seconds to see through the smoke. It wasn't actually a lump. It was a person. Oh, well, damn. His Fox began pacing in his mind, but Sawyer paid the animal no mind. "Are you hurt?" he asked Burl. "No, I'm not, but she might be. A delicate flower she is. Mad as a hatter. Talks to inanimate objects. Way too damn chatty." "Here." Sawyer helped Burl to his feet. "Get out of here before we go up in flames." "You watch too many movies, kid. If the plane was going to blow, it would have done so already. We're fine." "There's fire. We need to get out." Sawyer pushed past Burl and hauled the woman over his shoulder. Her sweet scent hit his nostrils, and he frowned as he rushed them out of the craft. It was weird that even through a fire the woman's smell would be so pleasing. He laid her on the snow. I tried to protect her as much as I could. Took her in my arms to brace for impact. Burl shuddered like it had been a gross imposition to hold the woman. Sawyer pushed back her long black hair covering her face, and suddenly there was no more air to breathe. The storm, mixed with the fire, left him breathless. "It's not the storm. It's her," his Fox said. "I didn't want to say anything before you got her out of the plane, but—" "Fucking hell," he mumbled. "What? Is she dead?" Burl leaned down to see the woman. Sawyer hated this. There was a large gash on her temple, which was still bleeding. If she had such a bad cut, she was sure to have other injuries. It didn't matter that an old shifter had been holding her through a plane crash. She had still been in a plane crash. "No, she's our mate. You can say it. It won't hurt to say." It very well could hurt, though. How could this be happening? Sawyer had been so sure that he would have to leave Winterland to find his mate. And here she was, crash landing into his life. "She's what?" Burl snapped. "She's going to be okay, I think. There's a cabin not too far from here. We should go there right away, check on her injuries, and hunker down before the storm gets much worse." Burl eyed his plane, and Sawyer was pretty sure the old man was going to cry for his wrecked craft. "I'm going to need a moment alone with her." He meant the plane, not the woman. "You get to the cabin. I want to say goodbye to the old girl before I run back to Point Hope." That didn't sit well with Sawyer. Are you sure? You've had a shock. Maybe you shouldn't be alone? Burl's thick eyebrows smashed down into a line. Been alone a long time. I don't mind. Git. Take your mate and go. How could you possibly know that? Sawyer asked with shock. You said it out loud. Had he? Shit. He hadn't even noticed. Your mate is just making our head a little woozy. We're too excited. Ditch the old shifter and let's get her into a warm cabin. She's hurt. She needs our help. We need to get her better so we can introduce ourselves and get to the good stuff. The good stuff. Yeah, that wouldn't be happening anytime soon. Because nothing said spend your life with me forever like thinking of skipping to that fun stuff immediately after a tragic accident. Women love that sort of thing, right? Sawyer burst into action and said his goodbyes to Burl. He gently took his mate, the nameless woman, into his arms and tucked her between the snowmobile's controls and his body. It wasn't the ideal way to drive through a storm, but it was the only thing he could do. He could only hope that she wouldn't suddenly come to, finding herself in the arms of a stranger on a snowmobile in the middle of a snowstorm. That was sure to give her the shock of a lifetime. As he drove, mindful of his speed and any possible bumps to protect his mate from harmful jostling, he let his mind wander. Who could she be, this mysterious woman who had fallen from the sky? The possibilities rolling out in his mind were endless. Excitement made his skin want to jump out of his snow gear. Here was a woman who had hopped on a tiny bush plane and insisted that the pilot fly her to Point Hope. Obviously, this meant the woman, whoever she was, had a desire for adventure. She was just what he had always wanted in a mate. Sawyer wanted to wake her up and get to know her immediately. The sooner she woke, the sooner they could start there forever, including the good stuff, at a good time. Where would they go first? Maybe learn how to surf in Australia. Maybe climb an active volcano. Something really dangerous, but not so hazardous that his mate would be in danger of getting hurt. Obviously, she was made of strong stuff if she had gotten in Burl's plane during a storm. We definitely met our match, his fox agreed. I bet she's traveled all around the world. Sawyer had to wait until she woke, but he couldn't wait to get to know his mate. It was going to be the adventure of a lifetime.
Chapter 3. Grace. What the hell? Where am I? Who is that guy? And what the shit am I doing on a bed? And who in the fuck took me out of my snow gear? It better not be that man I don't know. There are rules of decency in this world, sir. Grace lay motionless on the bed, too scared to move. Her head ached like she had decided to drink a gallon of margaritas the night before. Sharp pain in her shoulder made every breath a little harder to take into her lungs. Oh, good. You're awake. The stranger turned to face her, but his deep, smooth voice was still rolling over her like a warm fire. Holy mama, that is a nice voice. Maybe those decency rules were flexible? If every second breath had been hard before, it was even more difficult just then. The man, tall as he was, towered over the bed. Grace had never seen a man this good-looking, not in real life. Oh, sure, they existed on movie screens and on the covers of her romance novels, but real men were not this hot. This was reality, wasn't it? Oh, damn. Did I die? Her words came out scratchy. I died, didn't I? He was an angel. Could angels do dirty things? God, she hoped so. If this was heaven, maybe she could finally let her freak flag fly. The stranger chuckled and knelt by the bed. His hand brushed against her forehead, right where the pain was localized. No, sweets. You didn't die, but you were in a plane crash. No! Grace sat up, or at least she tried. The second her head left the pillow, a sharp, blinding pain shot through her head, laying her flat back onto the bed. Ow! Bleeding mother trucker on a hot poker? The man snorted a laugh. As creative as that was, you need to stay down for a bit.
You've got a nasty cut on your forehead. I don't think you have a concussion. You just had your bell rung. From what I can tell, you also injured your shoulder."
Grace sat up again, taking her time this go-round. Her head still gave a painful jolt. With a sharp jab, her shoulder reminded her that it didn't like doing things like falling out of planes or leaving the house. "Ow!" she squeaked again, stopping herself from swearing anymore.
"Easy, sweets, easy. Don't try to get up just yet. Like I said, you were in a wreck. You're bound to be a little banged up."
Grace squeezed her eyes shut. "Please tell me who you are, where I am, and what happened." The bed dipped under her as the man sat by her. His hand went to her lower back as if he could support her weight should she collapse. He could support her weight. Hello, muscles. Who even had forearms like that? Prince Reed's, the hero in her favorite romance series, did, but he was an imaginary merman. If she wasn't dead, the man sitting on a bed with her was flesh and blood. That meant he was strong and worked with his hands a lot to have corded muscles like that.
"I'm Sawyer Agner,"
he answered with that sexier-than-sex voice of his.
"I live in a very small village somewhere around here. It's pretty secluded, so we have cabins interspersed around the wildlands for shelter. We are in one of those cabins right now because the storm that took down your plane is still going pretty hard. As to what happened, it's hard to say. We won't know for sure until the plane is inspected after the storm is over."
She looked around the tiny cabin. "Burl? Is he okay? Did he die?"
No. He didn't. He's fine. He stayed with the plane. For the rescue plane."
Despite the pain in her head, she narrowed her eyes at him. "You sound like you were lying." Oh, Lordy, this man was hot. But if he was lying about a rescue plane or a possible dead body, then maybe she woke up in the wrong genre. He chuckled, low and soft, and it sounded honest enough. She wanted to trust him.
"No, I'm just really surprised that you're this lively after literally crashing out of the sky. You need to lie back and rest."
"No, you don't understand. I need to get to Point Hope right away. It's an emergency. My best friend has gone missing, and I need to find her right now." Stay focused on the matter at hand, she told herself.
Sawyer shook his head. "Sorry, sweets. The storm got even worse. There's no going anywhere, at least not for the next little bit. We have to stay here while it calms down, and then we can get you to Point Hope to find your friend."
"But Piper is out there," Grace argued. Sawyer jumped up from the bed to face her.
"Piper? As in Piper Flamia?"
Grace scowled at him and hugged herself. "How do you know Piper Flamia?"
"She's Cole."
He stopped himself short.
"I just know her. Why do you think she's missing?"
"Yesterday her parents got a call to say she had gone missing in a storm."
Sawyer nodded. "And have you heard the newest news? She's not missing. She's safe and sound."
Grace swallowed hard, her entire world tilting. I have been on and off planes for nearly 24 hours. No one told me she was okay. She was found?"
Sawyer nodded. "Yeah, she was found, and she is safe."
"How do you know all this? Are you a ranger?" Grace narrowed her eyes. "You don't look like a forest person. You look like a model I want to see spread out on a book cover, among other things like a bed." The thought made her blush. She must have bumped her head pretty hard if she was letting her libido control her thoughts this much. Her best friend was, possibly, in danger, and here she was, drooling all over this Sawyer Agner person, whoever he was. "Mighty convenient," she added and looked at him with narrowed eyes.
"That little secluded town I told you about, Winterland? Well, Piper is there right now. She's—"
He seemed to be grappling with something. It made her nervous. Maybe he only looked like a hero. Maybe he was actually the villain. Grace gulped and tried to move farther away from him. What if this guy had found Piper, killed her, or was keeping her in another cabin? He could be a serial killer.
Grace had gone on a true crime reading binge a couple of years ago, and she knew all the statistics about serial killers. Many of them chose secluded spots to abduct their victims from because there were no witnesses. No one saw or heard what happened to those poor victims. If you are a serial killer, you should know that I will make your life a living hell, and then... It was her turn to grasp at straws. And then when you kill me, I will haunt you forever. Sawyer tried to hide his smile, but failed miserably. I am not a serial killer. He went to his piled-up clothing and took out a two-way radio. Colin, it's Sawyer. Do you copy? He spoke into the device. There's still one tower down, so I don't know if this will work, especially not in the storm, but... What do you want? The static over the radio cut out most of the words. I need to talk to Piper. Can you put her on for a second? No, came the reply. This is Piper. Ignore my grumpy There were more words coming through the static, but Grace didn't listen to them. She pounced on the radio, recognizing her friend's voice. She didn't care that her shoulder was mad, that her head was trying to kill her, that Sawyer could be plotting ways of chopping her up into bits of frozen human popsicles. Piper was alive. I knew you were not dead, Grace said into the radio. Dead? Grace? Is you? Came the reply. For fuck's sake, I'm not dead. Grace looked up at Sawyer. Why does this keep cutting out? Storm, sweets. There's a bad storm. But I told you I knew her. She's safe in Winterland. We can get there as soon as the storm clears. How's that? Grace held the radio to her chest. I suppose we could. I still don't know if you're a killer. You could be keeping her hostage. This Colin person could be your accomplice. Your imagination is pretty fascinating, sweets. Sit your cute self down, and let me tell you something about Colin and Piper. Still holding onto the device, Grace settled on the bed. Her head immediately thanked her, but her shoulder was still screaming at her for moving too much. Winterland is a small town, but we have 3 mayors. There's Tucker Kearney, Colin Relic, who you just heard, and me. We all watch over the town and its people. Colin found Piper in a storm. She had tipped her snowmobile and she was injured. He took her to Winterland and is taking care of her. She's fine. Why did the Rangers declare her missing? Sawyer pointed to the radio in her hand. Because all our communication systems have been down. If it's still choppy right now, there's every chance they haven't heard from her. They haven't been able to confirm that she isn't lost. She blinked back tears. Oh my God! That means I came to Alaska for nothing? I got on a shit ton of planes for nothing. I almost died in a fiery plane crash for nothing? Sawyer blinked at her, seemingly confused by her outburst. Well, I wouldn't say nothing. You're here, your friend is safe, and soon you will be too. Grace shook her head. No, you don't understand. I don't do this. I don't do this kind of thing. Sawyer closed the distance between them and settled on the bed next to her. Deep breath, sweets. Why don't you start by telling me a little bit about you, huh? Then I'll tell you more about Winterland. Let's stay calm. Grace wanted to keep losing her mind, throwing questions at Sawyer. She could have fought the urge to settle, but her body was wrung out. Her headache had a headache that had spawned the devil in her forehead, right at her cut. Fine, but let the record show I am doing so under duress. Sawyer chuckled. Noted. He pretended to write something on the air. My name is Grace Ann Tumbler. I am the head librarian for the Hawkins Public Library. I spend my days organizing bookshelves and activities for the children. I also like to prepare crafts and snacks for after story time. On Wednesday nights, I meet with my book club. We meet every week because there are just too many books out there to read and discuss. We can't waste any time. Some of our members are in their 90s, and they will tell you themselves they want to read all of the books before they die. Sawyer listened, but as he did, Grace could have sworn his shoulders were tightening. I love tea. I probably drink too much of it, but there's nothing like a fresh cup to turn a bad day into a decent, survivable thing. I think that is it.
Oh, and my favorite books are The Adventures of Jacinda St. James Winter and her Prince Reads.
That was a lot of information to take in.
Grace nodded. Now it's your turn. He sighed.
Not sure I can give as much detail in such little time like you just did.
Try, she said. She needed, to know more about the man who had rescued her from the crash, the man who had given her news about Piper.
Well, let's see. They say I'm the clown of the group, but I think I just have to be this way to make up for Collins and Tucker's surly attitudes. I like to have fun, but find I'm starved for it in Winterland. He winced. That's not a fair thing to say. Don't repeat that, please. It would break a lot of hearts.
Oh, I bet it would. Figures you'd be a player. Sexy eyes? Who would I repeat it to? She looked around the small cabin. We are literally the only ones here.
I know. I meant when we get to Winterland. I love my town and I love the people. I've just been feeling a little restless lately.
Grace sighed. I can understand. Wanderlust is a very real affliction. People don't take it seriously, but I do. Whenever I have a reader come in looking for adventure, I always try to match them with the right book.
Sawyer frowned. A book can't fix wanderlust.
Excuse you. Yes, it can. Grace lifted her chin in defiance. I might only seem to be a librarian, but I fix all kinds of ailments of the soul.
So if I walked into your library and told you I was feeling stuck in my own life, what would you recommend?
Grace pondered this for a few moments. It depends. Is it the responsibility or the setting that is making you feel claustrophobic?
Does it matter?
Of course it does. If you were to say both, it would change my recommendations even more. She clicked her tongue. Holy crap on a stick. You need some serious work done on your imagination if you don't believe that books can change lives.
I've never read much.
Grace gasped dramatically, putting on a bit of a show. Listen to me, cover boy. You are going to get your hands on some books, and I am telling you, you will feel much better after.
If you say so.
She rattled off a massively long list of books, none of which he wrote down. Probably because he didn't have any paper, but it was fine. Grace would remember. She would make a book lover out of him. A thank you for saving her from the plane, if he didn't kill her. I don't suppose my luggage survived?
I'm sorry, no. I didn't think to take it out of the plane. There was fire, and all I wanted was to get you the hell out of there.
I understand. Thanks for saving me, by the way. I don't think I said that yet. Just don't kill me on your own terms now. I will haunt you, I swear. Then wanderlust will be the least of your worries. Sawyer's smile could have melted panties.
You didn't know, but it's okay. I forgive you, seeing as you have had a lot on your mind.
She nodded. I do. I really do. And what a mess this all is.
You mean because you got on a bunch of planes?
Well, yes. I guess that makes me a little queasy, especially knowing I have to get back on a plane. I've crashed once. I'm not sure I could get onto a plane again, having already been torn from the flaming wreckage of the last one I boarded.
You are not who I thought you were,
Sawyer whispered, almost too softly for her to hear. What do you mean? She frowned at him, trying to decipher the meaning in his forest green eyes. Who could you possibly think I was? They had just met. It's not like Sawyer had all of this time to wonder who she was. It was a strange thing to say, but that tracked with the rest of her day. It had been one strange thing right after the other since learning of Piper's so-called disappearance. Why wouldn't her rescuer be strange? Still, it didn't seem the true crime level of strange she feared. Her instincts told her that. Grace found she really wanted to listen to those instincts. It wasn't just wishful thinking, right?
I guess when I was getting you here from the crash site, I thought about the kind of woman who would get on a bush plane with Burl during a storm. You're not who I expected. That's all I meant.
Grace didn't know why, but she took that to be an insult. Oh, well, so sorry to disappoint. Next time I crash, I'll make sure to do it far away from you. She turned her back to him.
I meant no offense. We just don't get many librarians out here. We got a lot of survivalists and campers, people who are trained to endure harsh conditions. We don't get many people who come here on a whim.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that it was a whim. I wanted to save my best friend.
Yeah? And what was the plan?
If you must know, I was going to hire someone in Point Hope to be my guide. I was going to comb all of the Alaskan wilderness to find her.
It's commendable. I just don't know that you would have found such a person.
It was worth a try. If I didn't find anyone, I would have done it myself. Sawyer frowned, deep and long before a spark flared to life in his eyes.
You're saying that you would have scored the wild for your friend, all alone?
If no one was going to do it, yes. Of course, I love her. She's like family to me, and you just don't give up on family, even when it seems like an impossible situation.
I like that, Sweets. That makes you badass.
Grace snorted, the sound as unattractive as could be. Right, because I'm scared of my own shadow.
You got on a whole bunch of planes to come up here to find Piper. As ill-advised of a plan as it was, it came from a good place. Not many people think like that. So yeah, it's nice.
I honestly just asked myself, what would Piper and Jacinda do? I figured if I asked myself about a real person and a fictional heroine, I would land somewhere in the middle. And apparently, that middle is a crash in an Alaskan storm.
Tell me, Sweets, what was the last brave thing you did before getting on that first plane?
Telling Agnes that she had to stop making her apple pie for book club.
Sawyer barked out a laugh. And how old is Agnes?
She is 82, but the woman has been making the same pie for decades. She has no idea how bad her recipe is, but I was the only person in all of Hawkins to tell her she was making it wrong. I gave her a recipe book and accidentally spilled a whole bottle of red wine on her own recipe. The wine was sacrificed for the taste buds of Hawkins.
That's not brave. That's devious.
She gulped at the smile Sawyer gave her. Could a smile make snow melt? She was pretty sure if he stood outside in the blizzard, grinning up the clouds, the storm would just evaporate in a cloud of, holy shit, that guy is hot. Grace shrugged, hoping that Sawyer wouldn't notice just how badly she was blushing. She could blame it on her head injury, right? Agnes thought cinnamon was cumin. You try eating an apple pie with cumin, and you tell me what is brave. Sawyer looked at her in a way. The kind of way that made her blush deepen and her core clench. Her face and her panties must both be hitting 1,000 degrees at this point. Frozen titties, get over it, Grace. You are in the middle of the fucking wilderness. Do not go falling for the first man who saves you from a crash.
Piper never would.
Chapter 4. Sawyer. Look at that blush. Sawyer tried to ignore his fox's incessant chatter. It was impossible because that would mean disregarding Grace Tumbler. There was no way he could ignore her. She was too damn sexy, too damn cute, too damn bookish. For fuck's sake, he had shit luck. Sawyer was confused. Or maybe it was his fox that was all turned around. How could he have a mate who thought books were a great adventure? He wanted a mate he could scale mountains with, maybe go camp at the foot of an active volcano. All that was not going to happen with Grace Tumbler, the librarian. But Lord, was she mouth-watering. Injured as she was, she sat on the bed, her cute little mouth perked into a smile. Her mouth was made for kissing, and all kinds of other dirty things. He had stripped her out of her winter gear and made himself hard just looking down at her. She was short and curvy. Sawyer was sure that her body would fit perfectly with his. There would probably be a book between them, though. Instant boner killer. Sawyer couldn't even remember the last time he read a book. He wasn't one for doing much sitting. Would you stop? She's our mate, and you're being a real prick about it because you're scared of words. Shut up and just be there with her. Soak up her essence. It'll all make sense once you make her ours. That wasn't likely to happen. Would it? Sawyer shook his head as he listened to Grace going on about apple pie. I bet she's sweeter than pie, his fox commented. As Grace explained how she had saved her town from a bad apple pie recipe, He couldn't help but be enchanted by her charm, and as simple as the story was, he was no stranger to small-town charm, and he saw it there. "That's not brave," he drawled, fighting the urge to touch the blush spreading across her cheeks. "That's devious." Fuck, look at the lovely pink. Grace's entire face flushed deeply. The air in the cabin was suddenly flooded with the scent of her arousal. Yes, she wants us. In his head, his fox ran around in celebratory circles like the menace he was. Grace shrugged a slender shoulder, and he wanted to sink his teeth into the smooth skin of her neck. Her long black hair looked like a sheet of pure satin. He wanted to touch it, wrap it around his fingers, around his wrist, and pull hard as he plunged his. Sawyer shook his head against the increasingly naughty thoughts in his head. "She's not for us," he told his fox. "You're so fucking wrong, my man," the animal immediately argued. Great, now he was having a conversation with himself right in front of Grace in the middle of nowhere in a cabin. She would think he was insane and leave. "She won't. She's into us. Smell that? That's pure mate arousal. I bet if you—" Sawyer crossed his arms and ignored his fox, turning his attention back to Grace. "Agnes thought cinnamon was cumin," she explained. "You try eating an apple pie with cumin, and you tell me what is brave." He couldn't help it. A bark of laughter leapt from his mouth before he could stop it. Grace was the most unintentionally hilarious person he had ever met. Not that the bar was high. Colin didn't do humor unless it was stuffing a full donut into his mouth. Tucker wasn't any better, grumbling around town, grumpier than Burl. Grace might be a librarian who thought she could have great adventures in the pages of a book, but she was downright funny. She was spunky and intriguing as hell. If you get to know her, I bet the whole book thing won't be such a bother. Just give it a chance. We've been wanting our mate for a long time. So what if she isn't what you expected? She's what I expected. Sawyer didn't know how that could be true. He shared a brain with his animal. If his fox thought Grace was the perfect mate, didn't that mean that on some level he did too? Exactly, you moron. Now seduce her. I think it's brave that you came out all of this way to help Piper. Grace smiled shyly. I had about 6 different panic moments where I nearly cried in public. I don't think that's very brave. Besides, it's not like I had much of a choice. The Rangers said they couldn't look for Piper anymore. Someone had to. And even more than that, if it were me who was in trouble, Piper would have been there in a second. She's big-hearted like that. Oh yeah, she is really big-hearted like that. Running into danger with no concern for... Sawyer snapped his mouth shut. Why did you stop? His fox seemed to be echoing the same question that made Grace frown at him. But Sawyer could hardly go on to explain the concept of shifters and mates to a woman who had just been in a plane crash. That would be too much for her. She would probably think she had a concussion and was dreaming up things. Or she would think he was nuts and leave the safety of the cabin. He couldn't have that. Besides, he wasn't sure she was his mate. Sawyer wanted to get in touch with Katya, Winterland's doctor, to see if shifters ever made mistakes about mates. The thought hurt him a bit. It wasn't fair. Grace was a beautiful woman. She was engaging and funny. So what if she preferred to curl up with a book in a warm house instead of traipsing through the wilderness? Did that make her so incompatible with him? No, his fox answered. Obviously not. She can't be all that bookish if she came all this way. She just hasn't had a chance to be adventurous. Enter us, shifter mate. It's gonna be awesome. Sawyer really wanted to believe the beast living in his head, but he didn't know if he could. It was too hard to think in the confines of the cabin where the air was heavy and thick with Grace's scent. She smelled like fresh air with a twinge of something daring. He just couldn't quite put his finger on it. Wait, Grace asked. What do you mean that Piper runs into danger with no concern? Is everything okay? She pointed a finger at him, and he could all but imagine Grace shushing him. It wasn't sexy, or it shouldn't have been, but his cock didn't get the memo. Why does it feel like you're keeping something from me?" Oh, he was keeping something from her, all right. His hands, his lips, his erection. "Nothing. Everything's fine. Not keeping anything from you, Sweets." "I really wish you'd stop calling me that." "What, Sweets?" "Yes, I have a name. It's Grace, not Sweets." "But you are so sweet. I can't help it." Sawyer watched in fascination as his hand went up to curl a strand of her hair around his fingers. He hadn't given his limbs permission to move. They were doing it of their own volition. "It's me, moron," his fox laughed. Wow, but her hair was soft. He was right. It was the softest silk flowing through his fingers. Grace didn't pull away, but her eyes widened as her mouth dropped open. The tip of her tongue licked her lower lip. If she was aroused before, scenting the cabin air with her need, it was nothing compared to what Sawyer was blasted with just then. "You're a little bit dangerous, aren't you?" she whispered, her eyes glued to his lips. She leaned into him slightly. Sawyer would bet that she didn't even know she was doing that. "I guess you could say that. Not in the way you might think, though. I'm not a danger to you, Sweets." "Grace," she corrected. "Why can't I give you a nickname?" "Because," she gulped, "you don't know me enough to rename me. Especially not something that sounds so." She inhaled deep, and her eyes continued to hold that edge of lust as she took him in. "That's it, Sweets. Get your fill. Look at us. Take us in. See us as yours." "It sounds so condescending," she finished, breaking the lusty spell between them. "Condescending?" he asked, a cloud of bad mood striking him deep. "What?" "Well, it just sounds like something you'd use with a woman whose name you couldn't remember." "Oh, I remember your name, Grace Ann Tumbler. I don't think I will ever be able to forget such a beautiful name. If I call you Sweets, it's because you're so damn sweet. From spilling wine on a little old lady's recipe, to getting on a bush plane in a storm, to sitting here giving me shit. Sweet." She pouted. "None of those things are sweet. Aren't they? Let's see. You were trying to make sure that no one would eat bad pie and gave Agnes a new recipe. You saved her from the embarrassment of knowing why no one liked her pie. You got on a plane despite a storm because you love your friends so much. If that's not the definition of sweet, I don't know what is." "What about sitting here, giving you shit?" Sawyer chuckled and grabbed another strand of her hair, relishing the sensation on his skin. "Not many people dare to give me grief about things. You fall from the sky, literally, and you waste no time telling me what you think of me." "I'm a librarian," she shot back. "It's my job to educate people." His laughter was deep and loud that time. He shook his head and watched Grace frown even deeper. His mirth confused her. That much was clear. "Listen to you," he said through his snicker. "You're doing it again." Grace shrugged. "You need better manners, is all. So I can't call you Sweets anymore?" She jutted her chin up and crossed her arms. "No, thank you." "No, you want me to keep calling you that?" "Sure thing, Sweets." She could have killed him with the look in her eyes. She groaned deep in her throat, and all Sawyer could think was that he wanted to replace it with a more pleasurable sound. "You know that's not what I meant." "I do know, but I love riling you up. You get this really sweet blush all here." He traced the bridge of her nose and cheeks. Grace pushed his hand away in annoyance. Sawyer didn't know what happened next. He was just sitting there, minding his own business, sort of. And then his mate, the beautifully enticing and overly sweet Grace Ann Tumbler, threw herself at him, landing lips first on his. He cupped her face, dipping her head back to take swipes of her mouth. Their tongues rubbed together as their hands brought them closer together. It was the best damn kiss of his life. Sawyer didn't even know how it had happened. Had she kissed him, or had he kissed her? Does it matter? Just shut the fuck up and enjoy this moment because, wow, it's amazing. She tastes so sweet. The fox was right. Grace did taste sweet. The most delicious thing he had ever tasted. Her hands clutched his shirt as she smashed herself into him. Sawyer could smell just how much she wanted him. She would be willing to go all the way to the finish line, and he was there for it, without a doubt. Oh, Grace gasped against his mouth before pushing away. She covered her swollen lips with both hands, shaking her head. What the hell did I just do? He chuckled. I thought it was pretty damn obvious. You kissed me. I did not. You kissed me. Agree to disagree, sweets. He leaned into her, brushing his lips against hers. Now I'm never going to stop calling you that because I know you taste sweet. She gasped again. This time the sound went straight to his already hard cock. Oh, he was in trouble, all right. Sawyer Agnor had just fallen head over heels with his mate. Too bad she was all wrong for him.
Chapter 5. Grace. Oh, wow. Oh, wowing mother of fuck. Grace blinked, then closed her eyes, trying to breathe. Blinked some more. Opened her eyes only to see Sawyer staring at her. She closed her eyes again, hoping that she would disappear, or melt, or something. What on God's frozen earth had she been thinking? Simple. She hadn't been thinking. Not with her head, anyway. It was her hormones' fault. Her brain was scrambled from the plane crash. The blizzard was stopping her mind from functioning properly. All these could be true, but they weren't. It was pretty fucking obvious what had happened. She had lost her mind and kissed a stranger because he was hot. Fuck. Now he would think he could take liberties with her. Grace didn't only not do adventures, but she also didn't go around kissing strangers. Not once had she done that in her life. 2 hours stuck in a cabin with Sawyer Agnor, and she had already kissed him. More than that, she was sitting on a bed, with him. If they spent any more time in this tiny cabin, what the hell else would she do? Sleep with him? No, absolutely not. But Jacinda slept with Prince Reeds really quickly after she saved him from the trolls. Grace shook her head and leaped from the bed before she started pacing the cabin. Could this cabin be any fucking smaller? She roared. The words surprised her. She hadn't wanted to say those words out loud. Sawyer smirked at her. It's just big enough, sweets. For what? Ravishing strangers that fall from the sky? He laughed. I'm sorry, sweets, but you kissed me. I did not. She lied, crossing her arms over her chest. Oh, but you did. You really did. Now. He stood up. His large, muscular, perfect, right fucking there body was massive. Not in a bad way. No, in a way that made her throat dry and her knees shake and her core clench. He was so manly. Grace had only ever been attracted to tall, lanky men. She found the bulging muscles of men to be intimidating. Oh, sure, she loved them enough on the cover of books, especially Prince Reed's. But here Sawyer was, making her insane. That he did kind of look like Prince Reed's made her lightheaded. That had to be the explanation. She took a deep, cleansing breath, eyes screwed shut. I am not Jacinda St. James Winter. I am Grace Ann Tumbler. I do not go around kissing men I don't know. This is not a romance novel. This is real life. Real life when I fall from the sky to land in the arms of one fine male specimen. No, that was all wrong. Grace battled with herself to rip her thoughts away from Sawyer in the perfect kiss. Grace, Sawyer drawled with that wonderfully deep voice of his. He gently tugged at her hands that were covering her face. Grace, my sweets, don't cover your face from me. She let her hands fall to her sides, only to cross her arms to protect herself. Not from Sawyer. Nope. She had to keep her hands to herself to keep from reaching out to kiss him again. At least she wasn't sitting on a bed anymore. That was way too suggestive. Can we just ignore what just happened? It didn't. Not really. I must have a bad brain injury. He chuckled low.
Yeah? You think that's the only way a woman like you would kiss a man like me?
She gaped at him. What the hell does that mean?
Smart woman finds herself stranded with a stranger that she attacks with her luscious mouth. I'm guessing you don't see me as the kind of man you'd be into. Is it because I don't read?
Holy fucking torn pages. Was he insecure? Did he actually believe that he was the loser in this pairing? Did the man not own a mirror? Or better yet, did he not have functioning eyes? Grace was cute in that girl next door way. Men didn't gawk at her. She didn't turn many heads. Even if she had, she wouldn't have noticed. Her face was quite literally always stuck in a book. But here, this tall drink of Alaskan water was looking at her like she had hung the moon, or fallen from it. I don't think you understood what I mean.
Enlighten me.
She coughed, playing for time. I mean nothing. I just figure that... Words, Gracie. You know words. Use them. Lots of them to explain what the hell is happening. I actually do not know what I'm trying to say. You like to ride your motorcycle in the snow during a storm. I like to drink tea and read about storms while under a pile of blankets. He burst out laughing.
It's not a motorcycle, sweets. It's a snowmobile. It's made for snow, and I told you I wasn't riding it in the storm. I was fixing up our radio towers so we could get some help.
Right. See, you were fixing something. That means you are intelligent. Was she really trying to stroke his massive ego? And she knew it was massive. She had felt it against her hand. Hell, it was still pointing at her through his jeans. Good Lord, what did they feed these Alaskan men anyway? Steroids and testosterone?
Grace, I don't mean to upset you, but that kiss made my day. My week, my month. I'd like a repeat. This time, I'll be ready.
No.
No?
He asked, surprised. No, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, but there will be no more kissing. I do not know why I did that. I must have Stockholm Syndrome or something. He laughed again.
Wouldn't that mean I'm keeping you here against your will? 'Cause I'm not. If you want to go, the door is right there. I'd rather you stay, though. I would hate for you to die before we get to the good stuff.
Good stuff. She blushed down to her toes. Oh, no. She took a step back. No, no. 2 more steps back. No. A final step back only to walk straight into the wall. Shocked, she stumbled, and Sawyer reached out, catching her in big, strong arms, seconds before her face smashed into the floor. Sweet heaven, have mercy on my vagina. His arms were perfect. Strong, muscular, generously sprinkled with soft brown hair. His hands were huge with long, thick fingers. They were the kind of hands that worked hard and would be rough but gentle with her. Grace couldn't explain where the thought came from, but there it was. She was very much interested in the stranger who had saved her from the airplane. Screw Stockholm Syndrome. She had a savior complex. Before she could think better of it, Grace arched up and kissed him. Again. His lips were soft, despite the sparkling of facial hair. He took sips of her before delving his tongue deep, exploring every inch of her mouth. His hands ran up her arms before going down the length of her body to settle on her hips. His fingers dug into her curves as he brought her closer into the hollow of his hips. His erection was back in full force, a hard length that screamed masculinity and power. Grace wanted to reach out and touch it, but she was scared. Not of him, of herself. Sex was fine, in theory. She had never really enjoyed it much. She read the sex scenes in her favorite books, especially the ones between Jacinda and Reed's, but she was sure that was all exaggerated. Well, she thought that before she kissed Sawyer Agner. Now she knew it was entirely possible to be on the verge of orgasm with only a kiss. Not that it could be described as only a kiss. Sawyer was still glued to her, his mouth on hers. Her lips were bruised and swollen, but she never wanted this moment to end. Maybe she had died and gone to sex heaven.
Grace.
Sawyer said her name in a rough rumble that was full of longing. Yeah, she sighed, all mushy and in desperate need of an orgasm or a cold shower. Or both. Or neither. Maybe she should take a walk in the blizzard to cool her tits. And vag.
I think you should sit on the bed, and I'll sit at this table. We'll stay on opposite sides of the cabin.
She gulped audibly.
Or maybe you should be at the table. Don't think I can take the side of you on a bed right now.
She scoffed. And just what in the hell makes you think I can take the sight of you on a bed right now? She threw his words back at him because how dare he feel like he was the only one affected by their kisses. Sawyer's eyes darkened in a way that had her pussy moistening. He was going to devour her, and she was there for it. Completely. Should I spread myself out on the bed for you to eat up? He used his tongue like a champ during kisses. That would mean the man knew how to pleasure a woman with the appendage. Grace blushed with the thought. Who was she becoming? A few hours locked in a cabin with a GQ model, and she was reduced to a single thought. Let's fuck like animals. She shook her head. She was an intelligent woman with a college degree who ran story time for children. She wasn't this sexual creature she was turning into. Maybe there was something in the Alaskan air.
Grace, sweets, you can't say shit like that.
She jutted out her chin. Why not?
Because it makes me want you that much more, and I don't think you know what it means to bed a Winterland man.
She inhaled and turned away from him to take deep breaths. It would have been a hell of a lot more effective if the taste of his mouth didn't linger in hers. Go to the bed, Sawyer.
Nope. You're injured. You need the comfy seat.
Without warning, he scooped her up off the floor, and in 2 steps, he dropped her onto the bed. He quickly stepped away, almost like her skin had burned him. It sure had burned her. Being in his arms was like being in a blizzard of heat, of lust, of all kinds of things she shouldn't want from a stranger. If I were Jacinda, he would be balls deep inside of me. But she wasn't Jacinda, was she? She wasn't some bold, wanton woman. She was a shy little librarian who liked to help little old ladies have a good time and kids fall in love with reading. She straightened her back. I think we should establish some ground rules if we need to stay here for a few hours.
Sweets, we gotta spend the night here.
Her eyes could have popped out of her head at his words. Like hell we are. There is only one bed. He chuckled, the sound of it low and rough.
Don't worry, Grace. You'll get the bed. I'll stay in my trusty chair.
Oh, good. So ground rules. No more kissing, no more touching.
Yup,
he agreed. And we don't discuss the kisses again. As far as I am concerned, they never happened. It's just because you saved me, and I am scared and stressed you are here looking like that and... Yikes. She snapped her mouth shut before she continued adding words to her embarrassment.
Looking like what?
He asked, leaning toward her with his elbows on his knees. The chair groaned under the weight of his powerful body. His eyes flashed with that thing again, the one that seemed to scream that he was going to eat her whole. Nothing. I just mean, you are very tall. He snickered.
Not really. I'm the runt in my group of friends.
Her mouth dropped down. How is that possible?
It's genetics,
he responded, the cheeky bastard. She rolled her eyes. No shit. I just mean, you're much taller than the men in New York.
It's all that Alaskan air. We grow big and strong up here.
No kidding. She cleared her throat, desperate to move the conversation away from his size. She was getting pretty familiar with his size, thanks to their kissing. Grace would stop the sexual innuendos just as soon as Sawyer stopped looking at her like an ice cream cone that he was going to lick. And she stopped wanting to beg him to lick her all over.
Chapter 6. Sawyer. You keep teasing, but it's us you're putting in danger of going blind. An ignored erection leads to poor vision, you know. Sawyer wanted to throttle his animal. No, ignored erections did not lead to poor vision. But his blood flow was constricted, which wasn't good in the middle of the frozen desert of Alaska. Especially not in a secluded cabin smack down in a storm. There were so many storms lately, it was impossible. Sawyer thought about that for a few seconds. Snow. Lots of snow. Blowing snow. Fuck. Now he was just thinking about blowing, as in wondering what it would feel like to have Grace's pert mouth on his dick. Snow falling from the sky. Squalls. There. His erection was dying. He just had to keep thinking about cold snow. It didn't help his situation that everything out of Grace's mouth sounded dirty. Did she know how suggestive she was being? She had to. There was being an innocent librarian allergic to adventure, and then there was just plain evil. She was taunting him and teasing him with her talk of sizes and sly comments about his body. Sawyer hadn't lied. He was actually shorter than both Colin and Tucker. It didn't really bother him unless the other two called him shrimp. At 6'3" he was hardly a shrimp. But it wasn't his fault his animal was a snow fox. He wasn't a wolf or a burly bear, but his shifter shape gave him stealth his co-mares could only dream about. Maybe stealth is how we win Grace. We sneak into her brain with all kinds of romantic ideas. What the hell was a romantic idea anyway? Fuck if I know, his fox answered. You're the human. I just live here until you let me out. I'll warm us up some stew, then we can get some rest. Hopefully, we'll be able to head out to Winterland in a few hours instead of spending the night. Grace frowned, her eyes sliding toward the wood-burning stove. How are you going to make a stew? He went to his pack and took out 4 cans of stew. We have to keep food on us instead of in the cabins for the most part. It freezes if we don't. And not just give it a few hours it'll thaw kind of freeze. The permanent kind that leads to starvation sort of frozen. I'll just plop these out in this. He pulled a saucepan from one of the cabin's few cabinets. Sawyer dumped the 4 cans of stew into the pan before placing it on the stovetop. As he worked in the confines of the small cabin, he could feel Grace's eyes on him, tracking his every movement as if she was the shifter, not him. It seriously played with his mind. He wanted to talk to her, get to know her more, and try to decipher why the universe, or fate, or whatever the fuck, had sent him the most confusing mate that had ever been mated. She wasn't into adventure, but she got on a plane to cross the country to save her best friend. She was shy, but she kept giving him shit, and kissing him. Grace Ann Tumbler was a perplexing woman. It messed with his mind. Sawyer prided himself on being a simple man. He wanted to be a good mayor, a good person. He wanted to leave Winterland for a bit to have some fun times somewhere that wasn't always below freezing. He wanted a mate that could keep up. But he also saw what that was like with Colin and Piper. It drove his buddy half insane to have a mate who didn't care for sitting around until the men, no, until the shifters, fixed the problems. Piper rode in on the action. Colin hated it. Judging by how the bear was overprotective, Sawyer knew that if he, by some miracle, ever mated Grace, he'd be just as overprotective. Maybe in that case it would be better to have a mate that was more comfortable being on the sidelines. He had to make a choice. Did he lean into this and hope that it all worked out? Or did he fight it because he hadn't wanted a woman like Piper? He wanted a woman who could leave the house without panicking. You said you haven't traveled much, he finally said. He might as well ask her a bunch of questions to get to know her instead of standing there stewing, in more than one sense of the word. See, he was smart. He could keep up with an intelligent and sexy librarian with his witty, winning wit. Ha, that was an alliteration. Or something. Man, his school days were long behind him. Grace would know what that was, he was sure. I haven't traveled much before the last 24 hours, she amended. Now I can say I have left the country. It was Canada, and only for a short layover, but it counts. Though why I have to do a layover in another country to go somewhere in the country where I was already in makes no damn sense. Geography never does. What the hell was he on about? Did that comment even make sense? Grace chuckled, so he figured he wasn't too far off track. He shot her a smile, and she blushed again. Fuck. Would she ever stop blushing? It was way too cute. Too appealing. He cleared his throat. And what do you do for fun when you're not working or saving little old ladies from evil recipes? Well, I told you. I read. It is great escapism. He laughed dryly. Right, like Grace would ever want to camp at a volcano. He'd be lucky to get her on the back of his snowmobile once the storm was over. Sure, if you say so, he responded. What about you? I'm guessing by your not-so-subtle judgment that you have traveled the world 3 times over? He rubbed his neck, suddenly hot. Well, no. I've never actually left the U.S., but I've got plans to. Grace burst out laughing. Excuse me, Mr. You Can't Travel in a Book has never actually traveled himself? This is too good. He shook his head. It's not like I had many opportunities. I have a lot of responsibilities in my town. I'm one of the mayors. I've been for a long time. It's not an easy life up here, and it demands a lot of attention. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to give you shit. I just thought that you would be able to take as good as you give. She grinned at him, the sly minx. She was actually giving him a hard time again. Okay, enough with the lip, Miss Librarian. That is Miss Head Librarian to you, she said, rolling her shoulders back. He chuckled. Sure thing, sweets. I'll call you whatever you want. Apparently that's not true since you keep on calling me that even though I insist you call me Grace. He stirred the stew before plopping it down on the table. Let's eat. We don't have dishes in here, so we gotta eat out of the pot. And I only have 1 spoon. Grace's mouth opened in horror, her gasp echoing back through the small cabin. I'm good. I don't need to eat. He laughed again between mouthfuls of stew. Grace, you've had your tongue down my throat twice now. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that you can safely eat this without getting my cooties. Her eyes threw daggers at him, but she stood and came to sit at the table. She took the spoon from his hand, dipped it into the pot, and brought a spoonful to that mouth of hers. She slowly, tantalizingly, licked the thing clean. Sawyer clenched his jaw, his hands balling into fists. She was playing a dangerous game, but she didn't understand the stakes. Grace, if you keep doing that, cooties will be the last thing you need to worry about. She looked him right in the eye and gave the spoon a final and slow lick. That was it. This was how Sawyer would lose his mind. Now he understood why Colin hadn't wanted a mate for the longest time. These women sure were a lot of trouble. After nearly driving him crazy with a fucking spoon of all things, Grace had laid in the bed and pretended he wasn't there. She had fallen asleep while he watched her as if she was the most riveting television show in the whole world. Did it make him creepy to watch his mate sleep? Probably, but he couldn't look away. She was expressive when she was awake, and she was just the same as she slept. She looked like a naughty angel, and that messed with his already turned-around mind. At one point during her slumber, Grace had moaned and turned onto her back. Sawyer would have given his left nut to know what she was dreaming about, but he had stopped himself from waking her. Besides, he could smell her arousal. Whatever Grace was dreaming of had her juices flowing, literally. Grace, he whispered in her ear a few hours later. She turned to face him, sleepy face adorably flushed. She blinked those big, bright eyes at him, and as she began to wake, she drew back and away from him, pulling the covers over her body as if she wasn't wearing clothes. Good morning, sweets. It's real early, just about 5, but the storm is over, and I'd rather we head to Winterland now. I need to get the doc to check you out, and I also have some business to deal with." She nodded. "Okay, give me a second to wake up." She stood from the bed and started this strange routine that had his cock hard and his fox howling like a fucking wolf. She stretched her curvy body every which way to burn the sleep away from it. Sawyer thought he should look away to give her some privacy, and he would have if his body was working. It wasn't. His feet were glued to the floor, his jaw slack as he watched on. "What?" she asked with a shrug. "Don't you stretch in the morning?" "Not like that," he answered, his voice rough with lust. "Let's get going." They got dressed in all of their winter gear in silence. He only had one helmet, and when he pushed it into her hands, she shook her head. "You need it to see where you're going. I'll just tuck my head down or something." "Not happening, sweets. There isn't a chance in hell that you get on my machine without a helmet on that pretty head of yours. It's still snowing a bit, and the wind up here isn't like it is in New York. This wind is a killer. Literally. You're taking the helmet, and that's final." She took it out of his hands and balked. "Fine," she grumbled, "but I am taking it under duress, I hope you know. I don't want to crash and die for real this time because you're being all macho." He didn't reply but left the cabin, taking their trash with him, so it didn't attract any animals. Outside of the cabin, the wind was raging, just like he had warned her. He saw her shiver, and he wished he had more gear for her. Hers was fine for a trek, but the wind out here really was something else. "You're right in front of me." Sawyer saw the conflict in her eyes. She could sit in the back and be safe from him, but completely exposed to the wind. Or she could sit in front of him and be sheltered by him. The look in her eyes said she knew there was another thing she was thinking about. It was no small thing, too. His cock was already growing at the thought. It actually hadn't softened since her little stretching dance. Come to think of it, once he got her back to this cabin, he didn't think he'd had a moment of softness. He wanted her so damn bad. "I don't like this," she pointed out. "I get the helmet and I ride in front. What protection do you get, Sawyer?" "I get the peace of mind that you're okay. Don't argue with me about life up here, sweets. You will lose." She pursed her lips at him. "Fine. You win this round, but only because I don't have a leg to stand on. You are right. I don't know anything about life out there." She climbed onto the snowmobile and he took a seat behind her. She had to feel his cock through his gear. He knew she did when she flinched. She leaned farther forward, maybe hoping to get away from it, but Sawyer knew he was a big man. There was no escaping his cock. The drive from the cabin to Winterland was pure fucking torture. Every damn bump had her ass grinding onto his dick. By the time they pulled into town, he wanted to cry in need of some kind of release. He would need 3 hot water tanks and some serious alone time with his hand to make this situation manageable. Sawyer went directly to the community center. The 3 co-mayors shared an office at the back of the building, and he figured it would be the best place to meet up. When he drove up to it, he saw Collins and Tucker's machines were already there. Doc was there too, so there was every chance Grace would finally get to see Piper. He helped Grace off the snowmobile. She stumbled, her legs stiff from the hard ride they'd had. "You should give her a different kind of hard ride." His fox laughed like he was hilarious. He wasn't. Not really. Now that they were in Winterland, the very last thing he needed was the distraction of his mate. Or non-mate, if he could prove that his fox was wrong about Grace. Together they walked into the community center, and he led her to the back. Even from the front door, they could hear the heated debate happening behind the office door. Colin really did have a loud voice. It was a good thing the shifter didn't like yelling, or there would be some severe damage to all of their ears. Sawyer pushed the door open and waited for the 2 women to notice each other. Piper's head snapped toward the door. Grace saw her, and they squealed so high it was a dog whistle level sound. They ran toward each other and collided in a hug that was sure to leave some bruises. "What are you doing here? How are you here? What happened to you? You left Hawkins? Are you okay? The plane crashed?" It was impossible to keep track of which woman said what. It was all very loud and very high-pitched. "Ladies," Colin eventually cut into the reunion. I think we have some business to get to. Piper waved off her mate. Colin, please. I haven't seen my best friend in the longest time. She has been in a plane crash, and she spent the night in a secluded cabin with a strange man. This is a lot for any person to cope with. Sawyer understood what Piper didn't add. For anyone else, this was bad, but for Grace, Miss Head Librarian, it was downright traumatic. Grace, this is Colin. He's my... A look passed between the mates. Husband, Colin finished, earning him a terrifying death glare from Piper. Husband? Grace echoed, clearly in shock. What? How? It's a long story. We were together for a few months. Piper's lie hurt her. It was obvious, but it was also clear the crew wasn't too sure how much they should tell Grace. If they knew she was his mate, according to his fox, they would have had explained shifters right away, especially Piper. She would hardly want her friend flying into this blind. You were dating someone? Why didn't you tell me? Hi, I'm Katya. I'm the doctor here. How about I take you to my clinic and check out your injuries while the mayors get to their important work? We can all reconvene later to discuss who is married to whom. The shifters in the room had a silent conversation. One Piper seemed to follow, despite the fact that she was human. I'm going with her, Piper told Colin. The bear's eyes darkened. Sawyer could all but hear their disagreement in the back of his head. He'd heard them fighting enough to know they could easily be at each other's throats over this. If you make any plans without me, I will be really pissed, Piper said to her mate, with her eyebrows curved in a warning. Oh, honey, you know they can't make any plans without me. I've got what they need. Katya winked. Am I the only one who really doesn't like it when you all talk like we're not standing here? Tucker crossed his arms, grumbling like a little old lady. Natalie, his mate and a nurse, tapped his arm. It's okay, Tuck, my love. You men do the same to us all the time. It's just a little bit of your own medicine. Natalie gave him a sly smile and hooked arms with Piper. A bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? Piper asked teasingly. Judging by the nerve nearly popping out of Colin's jaw, they'd definitely be having words later on. Come on, Gracie. I want to introduce you to Katya, the doctor of Winterland. This is our resident nurse, Natalie. She's married to that grumpy lump. She waved in Tucker's general direction. The wolf huffed out his response before plopping down in a chair. See you later, boys, Katya said over her shoulder as she left, leading Natalie, Piper, and Grace away from the community center office. We are so fucked, Sawyer hissed under his breath. Oh? Tucker asked curiously. How's that? Because we don't have a serum? Our radios are still out? Sawyer shook his head. Not quite. Colin shoved an entire donut into his mouth. He mumbled something through his bite, sending bits of food and powdered sugar everywhere. What was that? Sawyer snapped, brushing crumbs from his sleeve. I said, the new one is your maid, isn't she? Sawyer stiffened. How in the fuck could you possibly know that? It's in the eyes, Tucker answered for Colin. Yep. Also, you almost passed out when she left the room. A classic sign that she's your mate. Tip from the pros? The harder you try to fight it, the harder it is to live. Tip from the pros? Sawyer repeated. You've both only just found your mates. How in the hell could you think you're pros already? Both of his friends shrugged, but Colin's movements were hindered as he scarfed down a second donut. You'll see, the bear answered. You will definitely fucking see.
Chapter 7. Grace. Grace couldn't quite believe it. She had never seen a town like Winterland. To be fair, she had never seen any town other than Hawkins, but that didn't make Winterland any less fascinating. The entire town was a series of very similar homes. None had basements, and there were very few windows. There was a school, a diner, and a couple of stores. Her heart broke a little bit when she noticed that the library was closed, abandoned even. Don't people around here read? She asked. Piper flinched. They do, but the librarian was ancient. She died a little while ago, and they haven't been able to replace her. It's hard for the mayors to find people to work here. Natalie, the nurse, continued. It's a hard life, and unless you know what is actually up here. Piper shot Natalie a stern look, and the other woman snapped her mouth shut. Grace didn't want to be jealous, but there was a flash of it deep inside of her. It wasn't pretty, but there it was. She felt so disconnected from Piper because of the distance between Alaska and New York. Here, Piper was building friendships with other people where they could have a conversation with barely speaking. Grace missed her friend. A lot. This was proof enough of that if the trek to the Alaskan wilderness wasn't proof enough. Grace didn't have any siblings, but it was easier for her to see Piper as her sister. They had been close their entire lives, and they had shared a lot of their best moments. Let's wait until we're in the doctor's office to get Grace all caught up to the inner workings of Winterland, Katya said with a smirk. The older woman had short, stark white hair. She was beautiful and so damn cool. There was an air about her that just seemed to exude confidence. Can I be her when I grow up? Grace asked herself. Riding on the back of Piper's snowmobile was way different than riding in the front of Sawyer's, but she was still glad to get off the damn thing when they arrived at the clinic. Katya led them inside and proceeded to do an examination of Grace's injuries. She checked for concussions and a few other things, but short of a few scrapes and bruises and the large gash on her head, she was in tip-top shape. Okay, so now that we have decided that I am fine, can someone please explain to me what the heck is going on here? Because, I thought you were lost to the wild, Piper. Now I come here to rescue you, and not only have you got a husband, but you also seem to have friends and a whole life? I am so confused. Piper sat on the examination table beside her and hugged her. I know, and this is going to be a lot. It might explain what is happening a bit, or it might confuse you even more. How is that even fucking possible at this point? You were married? How was I not even there? Piper laughed softly. Cool your jets, Gracie. Then for the following hour, Piper told her everything. All about Winterland and shifters. The 6 shifters and Andy Malone, who had destroyed the towers that Sawyer had been trying to fix when he'd rescued Grace. The storms that kept pelting the land. She ended on mates. That was a little bit harder to comprehend. Grace read a lot, and never, in all of her years in the world of books, had she seen scientific proof that some people could shift into animals. Holy shit, Piper. Have you joined a weird cult? I knew it. Shifters? That's not a real thing. We need to get you out of here and out from these people's spells. She turned to Katya and Natalie. No offense, but if you're looking to get out, please know that you can come with us when we escape. Natalie and Katya laughed. Piper joined in. Then the impossible happened. Katya, the badass doctor in her 60s with the shock of white hair, disappeared. She melted right there on the floor. She shrank, and then shrank some more as her skin began to sprout more of that pure white hair. Where the doctor had stood, a tiny little animal sat on its haunches, blinking up at her like it was the most hilarious thing in the world. Grace yelled, loud and long, falling off the table and running toward the door. Piper blocked her way, both hands up in a plea. Stop. Don't panic. This is real. The first time Colin shifted into a bear in front of me, I fainted. I told you this was all a lot. You fainted? Natalie asked. I can't even remember the reaction I had to Tucker's wolf. 2 things happened in Grace's brain at that point. The first was that both women believed their men could morph into animals, a wolf and a bear apparently. But then there was the fact that Natalie had not known about the passing out. They couldn't be that close. Ha! Take that. I will forever be the best friend and almost sister. It's fine, Katya assured her, putting her clothes back on. Damn, I really want to be her when I grow up. The aged woman was better looking naked than she was. It was probably the animal blood. Animal blood? What was she even saying? Did she believe this for 1 second? Didn't she have to? She had seen the proof herself, and really, who else in their right mind would decide to live in a secluded town in the middle of fucking nowhere but humans who could change into animals? They probably had to live there for fear of being hunted by humans. Shifters, she said, trying out the word on her tongue. Maybe if she repeated it, it would start making sense in her head. Yes, Piper answered. Shifters. Tucker is a wolf, Colin is a bear, and Sawyer is a fox. Sawyer is one too? Piper snickered. Yeah, Sawyer is one too, but I'll let him tell you all about foxes. Huh. Okay. And so you aren't married. You didn't get married. You were their mates. Because the animals in their heads picked you? Yes and no, Katya answered. The animal doesn't pick. Fate does that, but the animal has heightened senses. It knows. Immediately. Sure, Grace said. Just like that. Boom. Soulmate. I have actually died and gone to heaven. Apparently my version of heaven is some strange kind of romance novel where men are beasts. Go figure. Prince reads as a merman. I need to get a better hobby than reading if I'm not dead. Are you okay? Piper asked her after a few more moments had passed in silence. The other women were clearly letting her get used to the idea that this was her life now. Yup, perfectly fine. She turned toward Katya. You are a real medical doctor? Yes. And is it your medical opinion that I do not have a concussion? That's right. How about death? Am I dead? Katya laughed this time. No, honey, you're not dead, but you've had quite the day. I say we celebrate with some chocolate. Celebrate? Grace asked. What the hell are we celebrating? Once again, Grace was thoroughly annoyed that the other women had a silent conversation, one she was not privy to. Well, you're alive for one, Piper said. And you're here. We'll leave the rest to Sawyer, Natalie added, earning her an elbow to the ribs from Piper. Katya pulled a massive chocolate bar from one of the drawers in her desk. She broke a huge piece, passing each of them one. They cheered and slowly ate the chocolate. It was silent, but once again, Grace had a feeling that they were having a conversation with their eyes. Either that or she was paranoid. Maybe they were giving her chocolate-fueled quiet time to process what was happening to her life. Grace played it all back in her head from the plane crash, where a grumpy old man had protected her from the fall from the sky with his body. Grace and Burl had walked away with mere scratches, all the way to her best friend explaining the existence of shifters. Is Burl a shifter? She asked. Oh yeah, definitely. Katya smiled wide before munching on her piece of chocolate. Yikes. This was sure to be one hell of a learning curve. A little while later, or 2 chocolate bars later, a blast of cold air came into the clinic. Grace paid it no mind until Sawyer sauntered in, looking hot as hell. Seriously, how was it even fair for the men to look that good while wearing a full snowmobile suit? It wasn't actually fair. He should look large and puffy and silly, not sexy and manly and so Sawyery. Because apparently being taken in by a town of shifters had her making up words. Hey, if the rules of nature can be morphed, letting grown-ass adults turn into tiny ermines, I can make up all the words I want. Ladies, Sawyer said. Sweets? He aimed that one word at her, making her blush. Grace held up a piece of chocolate. Why, yes, I am eating sweets. Delicious, thanks. He hooked a brow at her while his smile broadened. Whatever moment they were sharing died when Colin and Tucker came in. Suddenly the clinic felt too small. Really. Sawyer was a tall and muscular man, but Colin and Tucker were too. There wasn't enough air and space in the clinic to accommodate all that manliness. Grace noticed that the other 2 men were immediately drawn to their mates, whatever the fuck that meant. Piper wasn't one for public displays of affection, yet there she was, letting Colin touch her hips and kiss her in front of a whole mess of people. If she hadn't looked so damn happy, Grace would have said something for sure. As it was, she said nothing. Not when she noticed Sawyer hovering near her like the other 2 were doing to Natalie and Piper. We need to talk about the next bit of the plan, Tucker said.
Now that Grace knows all about Winterland and shifters, we can get down to it. Colin will head off to fix the last tower. It's his turn to tour the wildlands. He'll do a quick pass since we need all hands on deck in town. As soon as the radios are back up, we'll check in with Burl and let the Rangers know that Piper is okay. While I'm gone,
I'm coming with you, Piper piped in.
Like fucking hell you are, Colin roared. Your best friend has just come to town. I'll barely be gone.
We'll talk about it later, Piper assured him, taking a micro step away from her mate. It was tiny, but Grace could tell it had the desired effect on the large man.
As I was saying, Colin continued, while I'm gone, Tuck and Sawyer will monitor the town.
And during that time, we'll be working on the serum, Katya nodded. I'm a little rusty in this field, but it's okay. I'll figure it out. At least I have Natalie's help. Oh, you have me too, Grace said. I'm not a shifter or whatever it is that you people are, but I can help. I'm a librarian. My head is full of all kinds of strange and eclectic knowledge. If there's any research to do, I totally can do that. Anything.
You don't have to, Piper said.
I know that, but I'm here, and there are people in danger. If this was Hawkins, I'd be helping. This is just someone else's Hawkins. Yours now, I guess. If you're with that one, it means you are not coming home. Piper gave her a sad smile. Yeah, thanks, Gracie. You are the best. For real, guys. This woman is a brain and a half. If you need anything looked up or whatever, she's your woman. That might actually be helpful to me. Katya grabbed a notebook from the desk and handed it to Grace. I need the studies that are attached to these serums. I can't seem to find them in my research material. I haven't had time to dig through the dust at the library to search the microfiche we have, and I'm not even sure if we have the updated material on them.
We got a shipment of thumb drives right before the library closed. There may be something in there,
Sawyer stated. Grace looked at him in confusion. Thumb drives of what? Katya smiled. We don't have internet here, but we have a computer. The hospital in Anchorage downloads the latest medical research and material onto thumb drives and sends them to me. I can read it on the computer without the internet, but it is a pain in the ass to sort through all of it. I just haven't had time. Grace grinned. I can find you this in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. So it's settled then. Piper clapped her hands together. The medical pros will stay here and keep working on the serum. Colin and I will head out for the last tower. Meanwhile, Grace and Sawyer will head over to the library to do this research. We all have our assignments.
Well, sure.
Sawyer eyed Piper like he knew something Grace didn't. She was getting real fucking annoyed that she was the odd one out, even though she knew all of the secrets. Didn't she? Good Lord, were there more? Is there more happening here? More than shifters and a fight to save Winterland? I feel like I'm still out of the loop about something. Sawyer took her hand in his and tugged her into his side. She resisted, digging her heels into the carpeted floor.
There is, Sweets. There's something we need to talk about, but I'd rather not have this conversation around everyone else.
Grace narrowed her eyes at him. I don't understand. Piper squeezed her arm. You will. Go, Gracie. Just remember that I love you, and you are my sister. I would never put you in a dangerous position. You are safe here in Winterland, with Sawyer. Her best friend's smile was strange. There was an edge to it that Grace didn't recognize.
Come on, Sweets. The library awaits. Let's go explore the world, or whatever it is you think that books do.
She wanted to argue, but before she knew it, she was sandwiched between the handles of a snowmobile and Sawyer. Yeah, she was out of the loop all right, but she was tightly pressed against Sawyer's assets in a way that made reasonable thoughts seem less important. After a short and uneventful ride to the library, Grace rushed inside. The stacks were pretty bare, and it was obvious no one had been taking care of the space in a long time. It made her sad. She took off her winter gear and settled at a computer. It wasn't just old. It was ancient. I forgot your communication system is down, Grace said to Sawyer. How do you people survive with no internet? If you'd had it, Piper could have emailed me to tell me she was okay and save me the trip.
Sawyer chuckled. We're not that bad. We have a special connection that works on a different system than our normal radios. Though, honestly, I'm not sure if it's up. You'll have to see.
Well, show me the microfiche machine and thumb drives.
Sawyer brought her a dusty box that clearly had the return label of a major hospital. Once the dust was knocked off and he had the box open, she started to dig through the drives. Finding the labels of what material was on each drive, she giggled and sat down at the desk. She busied herself with the computer and making a mental list of all the medical journals she could search when Sawyer leaned against the desk. It was so damn distracting to have him so close, to have him right there, knowing what it was like to kiss him. How was the girl time with Piper and the others? He was so nonchalant, yet she knew that he knew that she knew. It made her dizzy just to think about it. Poop on a cracker, what was this anyway? Some kind of sick cosmic joke? Was she the punchline? Because she wasn't getting it. Grace sighed. Before we get into that, tell me why you all hate Andy Malone, and why is he wanting to attack the people of Winterland? Sawyer stood up and walked over to a shelf of books. Well, the Cliff Notes version, see, I know library terms, is Andy Malone's family lived here, and he wanted to step into the role as a co-mayor, but he was not the kind of man this team needed. So we refused to allow him the role, and he got angry and left. A few years later, he returned for war, and he killed Colin's mom. It destroyed Colin's dad, and he left Winterland because the memories were too much. We thought we had killed Andy, but a few weeks ago, Colin found out that Andy is very much alive and has taken hostages to his village, and they're being poisoned by toxic gas that are being released from the caves. He won't stop till he destroys Winterland and every one of us who lives here. He has built a small army of sick shifters to help him win this war. That is why we need to rescue the sick ones and try to heal them so they will be free to live their lives without Malone's influence. Grace's face showed the empathy she had for the sick shifters. That is horrible. You couldn't even write a horror story to match that. No wonder everyone feels this is urgent. Sawyer nodded his agreement. Yes, but I still want to know how girl time went. Well, I have a bone to pick with you. She pushed away from the desk to be able to look up into his silly face. Okay, not silly. Hot. Hot as hell. Hot enough to melt all the snow in Alaska. Oh, shit. What have they said about me? Oh, you know, nothing much. Just that you are a fox shifter. That means that you can transform into a fox at will, apparently. Did you know that? Sawyer tried to hide his smile, but she saw it. She definitely fucking saw it, and it made her mad. Mad as hell. Madder than she had ever been. It felt like all along there had been this great big joke that she wasn't in on. Yes, sweets. I am aware that I can shift into a snow fox at will. I've been able to since after puberty hit. It's a family trait. You don't say! And were you ever going to tell me that my best friend is the mate of your co-mayor who is a fucking polar bear? Sawyer winced. I thought it would be best if she told you that. You see, I didn't think you would believe me, for one. And second, we were stranded in the middle of the storm. I was scared you'd panic and head out on your own. You know, because you would be scared that I'm some kind of lunatic or something. Or something. A fucking fox. A snow fox, he confirmed. You shift into a fox, she repeated, standing up to poke him in the shoulder. You should have told me. I feel like a damn fool. Sawyer grabbed her finger and sighed. Sweets, you might want to sit down. There's more. She scoffed before laughing dryly. A fucking course there is more. I figured that out. So spill. What else am I missing right now? Sit. I prefer to stand. Are you always this contrary? Yes. Talk. Okay, sweets, I'll talk. Just let me get through it. Not sure how to have this conversation. I wasn't actually expecting to have it like this. Grace crossed her arms and tapped her toe. Sawyer moved from one foot to the other, rubbing a hand across the back of his neck. Okay, so the thing about shifters. They told you about mates? Yes. Right, of course they did. They would have had to. So it's like this. You And me.
Grace narrowed her eyes, puckering her lips as deep as they would go. Oh, she knew very well what he was going to say to her, but she wanted to see him squirm. She wanted to force the words right out of him. She wanted to be put in the loop, and if he was uncomfortable about it, then so be it. This was a new side of her. This vindictive, revenge-thirsty person. For once, Grace was okay with who she was. Not wishing to be someone else when she grew up, or after she met another book reading goal. She had more pep in her step, and she liked it. It was probably because she had hit her head in the plane crash. It had knocked some sense into her. She wasn't content with being overlooked and only bothered when people wanted something from her. Nope. She was all about the information, and he had played her for a fool by keeping the whole mate business from her. And she liked this. More than she thought she might. Even if they were strangers. Even if she definitely would have freaked the fuck out.
Grace, you're my mate.
Yes, apparently that is what you all believe. Sawyer frowned.
You don't believe me.
I believe that you and the others believe it, but it doesn't mean that I have to accept it as truth. I am not a shifter. I don't have to live by your rules, or the rules of the fox living in your head.
Sawyer took a step toward her. And about the rules of attraction? Huh, Gracie? What do you do with the rules of the attraction you feel?
He ran the tips of his fingers up and down her arm. She worked very hard not to shiver, not to throw herself at him, not to be affected.
I'm a shifter. You know what that means in essence, but I have certain gifts that you might find interesting.
His finger traveled up to the tips of her hair, to her cheek, and it settled under her chin, which he tipped up to look down deep into her eyes. She gulped. He felt it, he must have. His fingers were pressed right there.
As a shifter, I can smell when you're aroused. Now, given that you've already kissed me twice in the very short amount of time we have spent together, I think it's safe to assume you find me attractive. I think the other part of that is that you want me as much as I want you. But you don't want to say it, and I get it. I'm probably not what you want in a mate. I'm not well-read or particularly smart. I'm just some guy who runs a town in the middle of nowhere.
Grace wanted to focus on some of the things he was saying, like he wasn't the right kind of man for her. But what she heard was that he could smell when she was aroused. How fucking embarrassing was that? She'd been aroused and ready to go since she had woken in his tiny cabin, thinking he was an angel. He knew all that, sensed it. That is not fair, she finally said, pushing away from his embrace. You think you can just drop that in my lap? That you know I want you, and I am what? Supposed to quit my job? Leave my family and move here? Not likely, mister. I like my life. I do not need a man to come in and fix it with his magic shifter dick or whatever it is you have to do to make me yours.
It's just a tiny bite, but I wouldn't force it on you, Grace. If you want to go back to Hawkins, you're well within your rights. I have no real claim to you.
Damn right you don't.
Okay, I'm agreeing with you.
It doesn't feel like you mean it.
He shrugged. I might not mean it, sweets. Doesn't matter. If it's all the same to you, I think we can just go on as we were.
Which is?
Two people who have an attraction to each other.
She shook her head. Okay, so that's it. You are hot, I am... She motioned to her body. This, and we are going to kiss when things get too heated between us. Then when this shifter business is done, I will go back to Hawkins. It will be like we never met.
Yup, exactly.
She nodded once, curtly. Good. That's settled.
Seems that way.
Okay, good.
You said that already, Grace.
I did, I know. I'm just confirming. You know, you really need to check your sources in this life and confirm and double-check. And the more she talked, the closer she walked toward Sawyer. Why were her feet moving her toward him? Her words were pushing him away. Shouldn't she move away? Before she knew what her body was doing, her arms were locked around Sawyer's neck, and she was kissing him. And not just a little bit. Her tongue was in his mouth, her hands tangled in his hair, and her breasts were crushed to him.
I thought you said there would be none of this.
I said we might kiss some when things get heated. Well, things got heated. He brushed his lips across hers, making her pant with the need for more. Her whole body was burning for him.
So we can kiss some?
Only when things get heated, though, she pointed out.
Sweets. It'll always be heated between us.
But this is Alaska, she said lamely. He chuckled, capturing her lips in another kiss.
Gracie, this might be Alaska, but you are seriously underestimating the pull you have on me.
Oh my. She was in trouble, and she did not even do adventures.
Chapter 8. Sawyer. Sawyer couldn't fucking believe it. His mate wasn't just a woman who didn't like adventure. Not only was she someone who preferred to read about fun things, but she had fun while sitting in a chair and reading. All of that would have been fine, or at least fine enough. He could maneuver that. That wasn't the biggest problem that Grace Ann Tumbler posed. Nope. She was a threat to his sanity. That was damn obvious. They were alone in the library. The entire building was deserted, but for the two of them. She typed like a mad woman on the computer for minutes at a time without relenting. Then she would stop, read something with a frown of focus, chewing on her lower lip. All this while ignoring him. That was also something he could have ignored if it wasn't for the series of kisses they had exchanged earlier. He was still hard from it. His fox was losing his mind, roaming his thoughts like some kind of deranged pest. No matter what threats Sawyer threw at the animal, he just kept on lamenting his poor heart. It wasn't his heart he was worried about. If he stepped outside with a dick this hard, it would probably snap off. The real threat to his sanity wasn't even that Grace kissed him like she had been born to. Nope. It was that, as she sat there, doing all of this intensely scientific research that flew 20,000 feet above his head, she wanted him. He smelled it in the air. She was ignoring him, yes, but not completely. Her eyes kept on sliding to him. She bit her lip when she looked at him, like that beautiful brain of hers was coming up with all kinds of dirty scenarios for them later. Not that there would be a later. They had agreed that she would be going back to Hawkins as soon as this shifter business was dealt with. She would leave him behind, leaving only a series of searing kisses in her wake. Sweets? He cut into her research, making her jump, not because his words had actually startled her. No, it was because she wanted to kiss him again. If they were talking, they were arguing. And if they argued, they undoubtedly ended up kissing. Eventually, those kisses wouldn't be enough. It would lead to more. It would lead to him pulling those ridiculous jeans down her legs, bending her over the counter, and plunging deep inside of her hot, wet pussy to fuck her hard and fast. He shook his head, trying to clear the images of his mind. It was too late. His dick was even harder, and if he didn't make those images a reality soon, he was going to have to go for the longest run in the cold wind. Even if it did break his dick off. Yes, Sawyer? You wanted something? It's dinner time. I'm starving. I'm going to bribe Annie into sending one of the waiters over with a delivery. Do you want something? As if on cue, her stomach grumbled. Oh, I guess I haven't eaten anything since that chocolate with Katya. I would love something, yes. Well, be more specific. What do you want? Please say you want me. I don't know who Annie is, nor do I know what my choices are. Right. Well, dinner food. Oh, then I would love a club sandwich. Is that even possible way up here? He chuckled. We might be shifters who live in the middle of nowhere, but we do know what club sandwiches are. She rolled her eyes. Duh, I figured that out. I mean more along the lines of ingredients. You know, tomatoes, lettuce. He waved her off. You'll get what you want, and it'll be fantastic. Yeah? And just how do you think we will get this delivery? Aren't the radios down? He swore. Forgot about that. Looks like we're going out for dinner, Sweets. She shook her head. No, I'm not done. I need to find a bunch more things for Katya and the serum. You can take a break from it to eat something. He pulled her chair away from the desk and spun it until she could face him. We're going for dinner. I said, no. Excuse me. She tried to roll back to the desk, but he stopped her, effectively pinning her into the chair. Sawyer, she warned. Yes, Grace? Let me get back to work. He put his face right next to hers, so close their noses almost touched. No. And just like that, they were kissing again. It was fine. Things had gotten heated, and so it warranted kisses. It really did. But Sawyer would still get his way. That was to say, he would get Grace to the diner for dinner, whether she liked it or not. He cupped her face in his hands, keeping her right where he wanted her. Her tongue delved into his mouth, a soft moan coming from the back of her throat. Her hands went to his chest. Bent down as he was, her hands had never been this close to his dick. The dumb organ didn't get the memo that he wasn't part of this particular game. But the poor thing was already so hard. It was just par for the course at this point. Sawyer, we need to stop. Why? Because soon, the kisses will stop working. He laughed against her mouth. You thought of that too, huh? We need to stop. So take your hands off me, sweets. She licked her lips, her eyes burning with dirty things. She didn't move away. The scent of her arousal made him giddy. He wanted to bury his face in her pussy and devour her for dinner. You're still holding me, Grace. No, I'm really not. But she was. Okay, if you say so. He captured her lips once more, this time lifting her out of the chair to set her on the desk. He stood between her spread legs, cupping her face. Grace kissed him with abandon. If she was scared that their kisses would actually stop burning the edge off between them, she didn't seem to care all that much at this moment. Her hands moved down from his chest to his abdomen and kept dipping lower. Her palm cupped his cock, and he wanted to die from joy. It felt so good. Too good. Grace, you're entering dangerous territory. Shh, I am kissing you. No interrupting, please. She kept her hand on his cock as if she were just shaking his hand. But when his mate wanted to kiss him while palming his erection, who the fuck was he to disagree? He dipped down once more, drawing her lower lip into his mouth, nipping the tender flesh. Her grip on his cock tightened, so he repeated the bite. This time, when Grace grasped his cock, she rubbed. If they didn't stop, he'd come in his jeans just like a teenager. There were ways to keep her busy so as to not embarrass and make a total ass of himself. His hands went to the waistband of her jeans, and he made quick work of the ties. He slid the pants down her hips, lifting her to rip the things down to her knees. Sawyer saw that she wore tiny pink panties. They were so delicate he was scared that they'd fall off just by looking at them. They were fascinating. He ran his thumb across the material, making Grace shiver against him. She was so damn wet. He'd known, of course, being able to smell her, but it was so damn delicious to see. Now that he had the visual, he just had to taste. He knelt between her legs and dragged her toward the edge of the counter until her pussy was lined up with his mouth. He didn't want to ruin the underwear. Shit, he wanted to get them framed or some other pervy thing. He slid them down her legs and stuffed them into his back pocket. Grace was bare and waiting for him, panting with need. He spread her wide, soaking in the sight of her wet and puffy lips. Her juices made her dark red clit shine. He tongued it gently before drawing it into his mouth. Sawyer groaned, letting his tongue delve into her to capture as much of her as he could. How can you taste so fucking good? It doesn't make sense. Too much talk, not enough licking. He chuckled against her thigh before kissing his way back up to the promised land of Grace Ann Tumbler. He lapped at her once more, savoring the little sigh of happiness escaping her parted lips. He nipped the nub gently before sucking it hard. Grace gasped and arched into his mouth. Fuck, she was so responsive, so ready, So into this public sex act. The library might be abandoned, but it was still a public space. The door wasn't even fucking locked. Anyone could walk in. One of his buddies, Doc. Hell, even one of the mayoral mates could walk in. She didn't care. That was hot. Almost as hot as her sweet core. He slipped 2 fingers deep inside of her, lapping at her clit with strong strokes. Her pussy clenched his fingers hard, making him groan. His dick wept, jealous it couldn't be inside of her then and there. But maybe one day they would get to fucking. For now, Sawyer wanted one thing, to make Grace come so hard. Even when she did leave Winterland, she would never forget him. With a new sense of purpose, he tongued her clit, pumping his fingers in and out of her. Grace panted his name, her beautiful face flushed, her mouth parted, and her chest heaving. He felt the tremors of her orgasm arrive before she went over the edge, arching her pussy into his mouth. He didn't stop, continuing to love her until she settled back, breathing hard. She blew out a breath before gulping. So that happened. She didn't move, and Sawyer hoped it was because she was too content to go anywhere. She didn't even bother covering up. Here's what we are going to do. You are going to go get us some dinner while I continue my work here. When you come back, I will take a break so we can eat. Then maybe, if you play nice, I will reciprocate. She patted his head, smirking slyly. Without another word, she hopped off the counter, slid her clothing back into place, and returned to the computer. Stunned, Sawyer watched her, mouth open in the least attractive gape. Sawyer, Grace said over her shoulder. You are staring. It's unbecoming. He shook his head, grabbed his gear, and went to the diner. The whole time he was away from her, he tried to figure out who Grace was, because every time he thought he had her figured out, she threw him for a loop, and he was starting to regret agreeing to let her go.
Chapter 9. Grace. Grace couldn't believe it. Every 2 seconds, she had to shake her head, trying to understand what the hell she just did. Well, she had kissed Sawyer too many times to count now. More than that, he had kissed her somewhere pretty fucking special. Heat coiled in the pit of her stomach every time she thought of Sawyer devouring her like she was his favorite treat. A lot had happened in the last 36 hours. Not only had she gotten on a plane and left Hawkins for the first time, but she had also had oral sex in a public place. Who are you, Grace? She mumbled to herself. Jacinda? She shook her head. It had to be all of this mate stuff that had her more confused than a koala in Alaska. Not only did Piper believe all this stuff, but she had hitched her wagon to a man she barely knew, a man who, apparently, could shift into a bear. A bear. Grace shivered at the thought of it. Piper described the way it felt to be someone's mate, and if Grace paused on the blizzards of what the actual fuck and holy shit, where am I, and even sweet heavens, that was the best orgasm ever, she could admit that she did feel something for Sawyer. She wasn't sure what it was. Lust was too trivial. Connection seemed trite. Yet there was something in her heart that whispered to her that this was all for the best, not only for her life, but for her future happiness. While she was alone, away from the intoxicating presence of Sawyer, she tested out a few things. Moving to Winterland, being his mate. The first thing she would do would be to clean the library and update their filing system. Then she would have a bunch of fundraisers to get new books and new computers. She could even start story time for the kids of Winterland. Did Shifter kids even like stories? She giggled at the thought. What kid didn't love stories? She scanned the small space and visualized how she would divide it. The far corner would be great for crafts after story time. There would also be a cool place at the opposite end for the parents to sit and chill with books of their own while their children were otherwise occupied. It all seemed so perfectly idyllic, with only 2 issues to her plans. First, she couldn't imagine living anywhere other than Hawkins, especially with her parents still there. Second, how could she be contemplating a life with a man she barely knew? Sawyer was hot. He kissed really well, and fuck, did he give the best orgasms. Was that enough to abandon her whole life? Nope.
Are you okay there?
The library door swung open, and Sawyer walked in like he owned the place. He probably did as one of the mayors. "I am fine," she quickly answered, focusing on the screen as if she hadn't been contemplating a life with him.
You look flushed.
"Do I? Must be because I am half-starved. Took you a long time." He shrugged.
There's a reason why I prefer to bribe Annie into delivering my food. As soon as I step into the diner or any other building in Winterland, I get accosted by townspeople. Don't get me wrong, I love what I do, but I wish I could get a moment's peace. You know, walk into a diner, and that's pretty much the universal sign for leave me alone. But people want to come up to me and chat, tell me what needs fixing, share ideas for the community.
You know what you should do? Hold small council hours. You know, like kings and queens did in the olden days, and establish rules that when you are out and about, they can greet you and say, hey, but they have to keep the business stuff to the council. Sawyer's eyes went wide.
Why in the fuck have we never thought of that?
She giggled. I don't know. Maybe if you read a book? He scoffed and rolled his eyes as he placed a brown paper bag on the counter. Not the counter, another one. But the memory burned inside of her as she recalled what they had done. He took out a white styrofoam container and motioned for her to join him. Grace took a seat at the counter and tugged her meal toward her. When she looked up from her club sandwich, which looked so damn good with perfect golden fries on the side, she noticed Sawyer placing a small clear vase with a pink plastic flower sticking out of it. What? He smiled brightly at her.
There is one on each table at Annie's diner. I asked her if I could borrow one for tonight.
Grace grabbed a fry and bit into it. Why would you do that?
Well,
Sawyer took out 3 burgers and a mountain of fries.
I figured tonight was our first date, so I best make it special.
Grace nearly choked on her fry. She coughed and coughed until Sawyer tapped her back gently, chuckling under his breath.
You okay there?
He asked, sitting in the chair in front of hers. I'm fine. She blinked back tears. Because of the choking, not because Sawyer had borrowed a silly little pink flower for her. I just don't understand why you would call this a date. We agreed that we would just kiss when things get a little heavy between us.
Yeah, I know we said that, but that was before you came on my tongue, squeezing my fingers like a vise.
He bit into one of his burgers, his mouthful nearly cutting the thing in half. All she could do in response was blink at him, gaping at his words.
Eat sweets. It'll get cold if you don't.
Grace took a fry, but thought better of it. She pointed it directly at him. Excuse me, but no. You don't just get to decide that this is a date. There are proper ways of doing things. You know, like asking the woman. He grinned and wiped his hands on a napkin.
Fine. You're going out with me while you're still in Winterland.
No.
No?
He repeated, way too amused. Why did he have to be so frustrating and so adorable in the same moment? It was infuriating.
I'd think that after earlier,
he nudged his chin toward the counter,
you'd be okay with having dinner with me. Get to know me.
Oh, I know you.
You don't.
Don't I? Grace dropped her fry and crossed her arms. You're a co-mayor of a town. It's a big responsibility, but for whatever reason, you are not happy here. People look up to you and want to engage with you. I know you like it. I can tell. It's written all over your face. So I know you saw your Agner. I know you are looking for something. I also know that you think that what you want is not right here, in your hometown.
It is right now.
He was suddenly no longer the playful Sawyer she was starting to get used to. His eyes were darker and full of something. Intensity. For her. Don't say things like that, because if anyone here doesn't know the other, it's you.
Huh?
You don't know me, Sawyer.
Sure I do. You think you're satisfied living life through your best friend and through your books. You think you like living in the same town where you were born, hanging out with little old ladies. I'm sure they're wonderful, but you don't belong in a book club with women who've lived their lives. You need to be out there living your life, and you know that. In your soul, Grace Ann Tumbler, you know that.
You are wrong.
I'm really not.
None of that is true.
Sure it is. How else do you explain the fact that you're out here? You saw your chance for adventure, and you took it. Oh, you'll hide behind excuses. But I think it's odd you didn't even take the time to check your phone once to see if Piper had been found. But don't try to tell me that you only did that because you were on planes. You are the smartest and most capable woman I've ever met. You would have found a way. You're here because you want to be here. Admit it.
Grace inhaled and was preparing to launch into the longest speech of her life. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell him just how wrong he was. But she wouldn't say a damn word to him. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction because damn him, he was right. Grace had been reading all these amazing adventures since she was a kid, but even Jacinda's books were losing their magic. She wanted to go out and find her own underwater civilization, her own Prince Reeds. And you did, you silly woman. Trade in the underwater palace for a town in the middle of the Alaskan desert, and it was pretty damn close to the same thing. Then, switch out Prince Reeds for Sawyer Agner, and she had a snow fox shifter instead of a merman.
I can tell by the fury in your eyes that you know I'm right. So come on, sweets. Admit I'm right.
Nope.
Why not?
Because you don't need another reason to be smug. You've got enough to strut around with.
Strut? Do you mean because I can make you come with my tongue? Or maybe because you can't seem to keep your hands off me? How many times did you launch yourself at me in the cabin? You kissed me, Grace, more than once.
He stood suddenly and knelt by her. He cupped her cheek with his large, warm palm.
You want adventure. You found it. Winterland is right here.
Sounds like you're asking me to make you my grand adventure, as your mate. He shook his head.
Nope. All I asked for, Grace, was a date.
He shrugged.
If you don't want to give me one date, well, then I guess you still have your time in Winterland to live out your one great adventure before returning to your life as a 90-year-old in your hometown.
I hate you a little bit right now.
I know, he said before resuming his meal. That's okay. I'll make it up on our date tomorrow.
But I didn't agree. His look silenced her. Fine. One date, Foxman. That is all you get. He chuckled, the sound making her swoon a bit.
That's all I'm gonna need, sweets.
Oh, wow. She was in a world of trouble if he kept looking at her like he wanted to eat her, especially since she knew exactly what that felt like. Chapter 10. Grace. After being coerced into a date with Sawyer, Grace finished her meal quickly before returning to her research work. An hour later, Sawyer announced that it was time to get to bed. Oh. Grace looked up from the computer. I don't even have a place to go.
Sure you do. You'll go over to Colin and Piper's. They're not there, but that's probably for the best. They're still very much in the honeymoon phase.
I'll say. They just met. Sawyer chuckled as he helped her put on her gear.
It's a shifter and mate thing.
Is that your not-so-subtle way of saying that one day I'll understand? She arched a brow at him, daring him to contradict her. He held up his hands defensively.
Nope, I wouldn't.
She rolled her eyes. Sure, like I believe that for 5 seconds.
Hop on my machine, baby. I'll show you a good time.
Sawyer winked at her, grinning like a fool. Damn it all to hell if it wasn't the cutest, most infuriating thing she had ever seen. She rolled her eyes and playfully punched his arm before leaving the library. Without waiting for Sawyer, she threw her leg over the machine and waited for him to settle behind. If you get an erection, kindly keep it to yourself, she said. She wiggled her ass into him with a smirk, knowing it would make him react.
Keep moving like that, sweets, and it'll be very hard.
To what? Keep it to yourself or to get one in the first place?
Either, both. Stop wiggling like that, Gracie. I'm still ready to go after earlier.
She bit back her reply about making it up to him. She wasn't sure how she could make it up to him. Sleep with him? Blow him?
She wasn't exactly a fan of blowjobs. It wasn't exactly a fun thing to do. For some reason, the thought didn't make her gag like it usually did. Instead, she started thinking about what Sawyer would look like naked. Muscular. Powerful. Probably sexy. And big. Thick. He had a big dick. She knew that much. She had it pressed up against her for their whole ride into Winterland. She was familiar with the organ without actually knowing what it looked like. I don't know what you're thinking about, sweets, but keep at it. I can tell you're into it. He took a dramatic sniff of the air. Oh my God, no. Just no. Stop lying, Sawyer Agner. There is no way you can smell me in this frozen weather and wind. Of course I can. You're thinking about what happened earlier? No. Tisk tisk, Gracie. Lying again? What am I going to do with you? Bend me over the counter again. What in the damn hell was the matter with her? Why couldn't she stop thinking about sex around him? She would have to ask Piper about that. Was it some kind of neurological, biological reaction her body was forcing on her? Because if it was, she wasn't a fan. She wanted to be in control of her own thoughts and stop thinking about a naked Sawyer. Just drop me off at the house and be on your way. Well, sure, but first we should set up our date. Now, there isn't much to do around here. We can go to the diner, or we can do a home-cooked meal. I don't cook. Me either, she lied. If he thought for 1 second that her idea of romance was cooking for him, he was insane. That's fair. That leaves us the spigot or one other option, the stew-off. What's that? You'll see. I'd rather you just tell me. I don't like surprises, at least not where you're concerned. He snickered. It's at the community center. We all get together, and every team makes a stew. We judge the best 3, and there are prizes. I'm sorry. Grace tried to turn her head to get a good look at him, but she couldn't. Not only were they still on the back of the snowmobile, but she was wearing a big-ass helmet that hindered her movements. Did you just say that you want to take me on a date in front of the whole damn town? Don't worry. They all know we're mates. It'll be fine. Fun, even. You'll get to see all of Winterland coming together. Grace wanted to argue, but she had no argument in mind. Seeing all of Winterland coming together was exactly what she wanted. If it was anything like Hawkins, it would be a fun time. She would be able to get a real feel for the town, for its people. Plus, it might be a way to put some distance between her and Sawyer. He was a co-mayor, which meant he would be flocked with townspeople and have very little time for her. As dates went, it might be the most unconventional, but it would be the best for her. Fine, stew off it is. She could hear his smile when he drawled. I knew you'd cave, Miss Head Librarian. Grace had a serious problem, and it wasn't that she was in a secluded shifter town in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. It was that she had no clothes. Her luggage had died a tragic death in the plane crash. She would have to borrow some of Piper's, which would have been fine if her best friend wasn't thinner than her. Grace liked tea, and with tea, you needed cookies. All kinds of cookies. She also spent her time reading, not gallivanting through national parks. She had a little pudge on her tummy, one she refused to feel bad for. Or she would have if she had clothes. She had to settle on a pair of jeans that squeezed her ass way too hard and a bejeweled sweatshirt. Not that she cared about what she looked like for the supposed date with her supposed mate. Nope, not one bit. There was a loud knock on the door before a blast of cold air hit her. Sawyer bellowed out a greeting. Hi, she said, rushing into the entryway, pulling at her black hair. Maybe she should have put it up instead of wrangling the strands straight. Maybe she should have braided it, not to get hat hair, but Winterland was just made for hat hair, in truth. Everyone on snowmobiles wore helmets for safety in case of an accident and defense against the sharp wind. The howling had kept her up half the night. The house was creepy without any other inhabitants. Grace wasn't sure she wanted to spend the night alone in the house again. Hopefully, Colin and Piper would be back from their mission soon enough. She had about 1,000,000 questions about shifters to ask Piper. You look lovely, Sawyer said, his eyes going wide.
Stop lying.
Not lying, sweets. I don't mean to be crass or whatever, but your ass is.
He shook his head as if to clear his thoughts.
You have the most magnificent ass I have ever seen. You'll be the loveliest woman there.
Grace rolled her eyes and slipped on her winter gear. Sure, because jeans and a sweatshirt is the height of fashion.
Well, sweets, we are in Winterland. If you tried to wear anything skimpy, you'd freeze your tits off.
Grace giggled. I guess that's a fair point.
Besides, everyone at the community center will be wearing some variation of what you have on. You'll still be the most beautiful woman there.
She blushed, despite herself. She didn't want to, but when a man like Sawyer Agner said you were beautiful, the only natural reaction to have was to blush. Well, thanks. I love to know that I'll fit right in. He smiled at her.
Oh, you'll still stand out, but only because you've got that smile.
Unexpectedly, he leaned down and kissed her. A sweet, over way too soon kiss that had her insides turning into goo. Okay, let's go, she said, pushing away from him. The last thing she needed was to start getting overexcited. In a town of shifters, they would know she was all horned up for Sawyer. It was bad enough that he knew. She didn't want the whole town to know, too. It was surprising to see so many snowmobiles parked in front of the community center. Grace hadn't realized just how many people actually lived in the town. It seemed deceptively small. She fought the urge to ask Sawyer how many children were in town. She didn't want him to think she was asking with thoughts of staying. Besides, she would see for herself soon enough. Sawyer helped her off the machine and took her hand in his on their way into the center. The place was hopping. Really, it was full. Along each wall, tables were set up with portable stovetops. Groups of people were gathered around these tables, chopping ingredients, stirring, and chatting animatedly. They went to the other tables to visit. It was, quite simply, beautiful. The community was lovely. It was clear that these people cared deeply for each other. It was like walking into a family reunion and less a town event. It went straight to Grace's heart. It was even more heartwarming than Hawkins. Everyone was so perfectly connected. The children, a lot of them, ran around like a pack of wild siblings. Boys and girls of all ages chased each other in an animated game of tag. Relieved parents watched on with smiles on their faces.
We have these all the time now, especially during storms. It pools our resources, and if we get snowed in, it guarantees that we're all together and that no one is left out and forgotten about.
It's wonderful, she gushed. Pride beamed out of Sawyer. For a man who really wanted out of Winterland to chase his adventure, he sure had a connection to his town. You love it here, she whispered into his ear, standing on the tips of her toes. He wrapped an arm around her waist.
Of course I do. It's my hometown, and I'm damn proud of being from here. It's so nice to have a place where the shifters can all be together and be themselves all the time instead of hiding. I don't think it's natural for shifters to hide who they truly are. I like that the kids here can be out with a bunch of other animals when they go through their first shifts. They're not locked up in a city somewhere with no one to shift with.
I could see how this is much healthier for little shifters. Can I ask, how long has the library been closed?
Why? You looking for a job?
She rolled her eyes. Hardly. I'm just wondering, when was the last time those children had a craft day or a story time?
Oh, don't you worry about any of that. Madeline, over there, is basically the town mother. She runs all kinds of activities here for the kids. Crafts and shit like that.
That little boy looks like Colin. I didn't realize he has a son.
He doesn't. Peter is Colin's little brother. He has to raise him for family reasons.
Grace frowned. Piper didn't mention.
Sweets, you were in a plane crash yesterday. She had to tell you that shifters are real and that she's moved to be with her mate. Don't you think that was enough after the whole sick shifter thing?
I mean, I guess any more and my head would have exploded. He chuckled.
Exactly. Go easy on Piper. She's still getting used to this, just like you.
This, as in mate life or Winterland?
Both. The humans who live here made it to shifters. It's kind of the only way to live here.
I guess that makes sense. Has your family always lived here?
Yup,
he answered.
My dad was the co-mayor before me. It's funny you talked about kings of old yesterday because we don't vote for the leaders here. The mayor's job is something we inherit. My firstborn will be co-mayor one day.
What if it's a girl?
What of it? Firstborn means firstborn.
Grace nodded. Good answer, sir.
Sawyer, we need to talk about water heaters,
a man in his early 30s said, clasping a hand to his back. He shot her an apologetic look, but she waved him off. I'll go introduce myself to Madeline. Katya, the good doctor, and Natalie, the nurse, were around the table with the so-called mother of the town. After a quick introduction, Madeline nudged her. So, another mate for the mayors, it would seem. Geez, is anything private out here? Madeline laughed. Honey, you're in Winterland now. There is no such thing as private. We're all one big happy family. So I've heard. Sawyer told me you run a lot of things for the kids. Oh, I do. It's nice for them to all play together. Plus, it builds strong bonds for when they're in charge of our town one day. Aren't you scared they're building rivalries? Natalie laughed. They're shifters. Of course there will be rivalries, but they'll go outside, shift, run it out or whatever, and that will be the end of it. We teach the children to rely on each other. No one is selfish here, or at least we try not to let them become that way. Not like Andy Malone, Katya added darkly. Speaking of which, you are a research whiz, Grace. You found all the studies I was looking for and more. Thanks for sending everything over earlier. She shrugged. I tried to find as much as I could. Let me know if you need me to work more of my librarian magic. You're a librarian? Madeline asked excitedly. Please tell me that you are here to stay. I would love to have another adult to coordinate stuff with. I can't do everything I do and run a library. Grace cleared her throat and looked away. I'm not sure how long I'm in Winterland, but while I'm here, I'd love to talk about children's programming. I have a few ideas. That's awesome. Isn't it funny how you were sent to us? Or rather to Sawyer? Madeline squeezed her hand tightly. You're most welcome here, Grace. Seriously. If you need anything, just let me know. Holy shit, Grace giggled. You're the Grace of Winterland. Huh? The other woman asked. You are the me of this town. Isn't that funny? For a moment, Grace found herself pondering that here she could be the Grace of Winterland, as in who she was now. There was already an exhilarating feeling here that was missing from her life in Hawkins. Grace rolled up her sleeves and started helping the women with their stew. It was a classic beef and potatoes, but there was a secret ingredient, a can of tomato juice. Grace didn't know how that could be such a secretly wonderful ingredient, but Madeline seemed sure of herself. The rest of the evening was much of the same, but Sawyer barely had 2 seconds to spare her. He hadn't been lying when he said that his attention was monopolized by the citizens as soon as he stepped into a room. She was going to find him some books on small councils. It would be a much better system for the 3 co-mayors. Sawyer had seemed so sure that he only needed one date to prove himself to Grace. But as she had suspected, he was well and truly occupied. But maybe he needed her to experience Winterland the way she was right now. She could see that it felt like a home. Once everyone was enjoying the stews, Sawyer didn't have the chance to sit down and enjoy. He did the rounds, chatting to each table. Tucker did the same, but it was obvious that Colin's absence was felt by all. Once all of the stews were ingested, Annie won, as always, she was told, and the tables were cleared. Sawyer finally joined her.
I'm so sorry we didn't get any chance to talk. How about we go do dessert at my place?
If that's a code word for sex or anything like that, I'm gonna pass. He grinned at her.
No, I want to actually spend some time with you. We were supposed to be on a date, after all.
Grace thought about her earlier ponderance and, while falling in love with the town was nice, wait. She wasn't going to finish that thought. Who knew being out with the mayor would be so lonely? She winked. I wasn't actually. The people of this town are absolutely incredible. Madeline is awesome. We chatted quite a bit about—" She stopped. "Okay, I see two people eyeing you. They look chatty. Let's get out of here. You need to eat, and I don't feel like walking home because Mr. Mayor needs to kiss babies and cut ribbons." Or thinking about how she might be falling in love with him. Sawyer laughed at her words and pulled her into the office to grab their winter gear. Once they were all suited up, they took the back door to avoid any more citizens. The ride to his house took very little time, and before she knew it, Grace was standing in his house. It looked a lot like Colin's home. She figured most homes would have the same feel by necessity. Getting supplies out here must be difficult, not to mention very expensive.
"How do you feel about s'mores?"
he asked, heading to the kitchen. "Love them. But how the hell are we supposed to make s'mores?" Her question died the second she saw the wood-burning stove in his kitchen.
"I could have gotten a modern one, but I like crackling fires, and there's nothing like the smell of a good blaze. I think I got used to it with the cabins."
He pulled 2 chairs close to the stove and pulled open the front gate. It gave them a good view of the snapping flames. Sawyer stoked it and added a few logs he took from a wicker basket in the pantry. He grabbed a bag of marshmallows, graham crackers, and a bar of chocolate. The long-handled fork he took out was impressive. It had 5 prongs to it. "Does that mean we can roast 5 marshmallows all at once?" He chuckled.
"It sure does."
They chatted as they munched on their dessert. It was nice to be in the quiet house with the crackling of the fire. Sawyer told her more about the history of Winterland, and she told him more about the Jacinda books, her parents, and Hawkins. "Can I ask a shifter question?" Sawyer rubbed his hands together and stuffed a s'more into his mouth.
"Shoot, I'm ready."
"Well, if you need to bite me during sex to mate me, what happens if we never do that?" He shrugged.
"Nothing."
She frowned and nudged him. "If that were true, there would be no reason to have the mate sense in the first place."
"It would start to hurt me after a while to be away from you. Think of it as you being a part of me. It would be like being apart from a limb. I'd get bursts of missing."
Grace sighed. In the Jacinda book, she falls in love with Prince Reeds very quickly. I always thought it was a little bit fantastical. I suspended disbelief and leaned into it, you know? But learning this is real, I've got to say, if it wasn't for Piper, I'm not sure I would have believed you. I would have braved the storm instead of staying in the cabin with you. His laugh was warm.
"I knew it. I told you that you were way more adventurous than you give yourself credit for."
My parents are both scaredy cats. They don't leave the house much, and they read more books than most people would think possible.
"What do they do for a living?"
She grinned at him. "They run the bookstore in town." He busted out in peals of laughter.
"Should have known."
"What? It's a good store. They like it. I just always thought that was life for me. Piper's parents are like her, very adventurous. They always invited me to go camping, but my parents always said no. I asked my parents if I could go once. My mom got so scared I would die in a camping-related accident, she had a panic attack. So after a while, I just started saying I didn't like camping. I didn't want my parents to feel bad for being so fearful."
Holy shit. So you don't know if you like the great outdoors or camping or anything. Not for real, because you've never done it.
I like it all in theory, but I'll be honest, I don't know where my parents' fear begins and mine ends, if that makes sense.
It does. Now I'm very curious to know how your parents reacted to this little trip of yours.
She winced. They are not pleased with me. And if I stayed out here, I wouldn't see them again unless I visited them. They wouldn't exactly leave Hawkins for Alaska, not even for a week. Not with all of the planes they have to get on. Sawyer nodded.
I am resolved to make you have an adventure while you're out here. That way you can decide for yourself what you like or what you don't like.
I am helping you all create a serum to help heal a bunch of sick shifters after a plane crash in a storm. I think I am having an adventure. He grinned.
And? How are you liking it so far?
Grace met his eyes. I especially like the part in the library. His smile faded, but only for a second.
You mean because of the orgasm in public, don't you?
She patted his knee. Yup. Now drive me home, Mr. Mayor. And quickly, too, before she did something else that was all kinds of adventurous.
Chapter 11. Sawyer. Grace really was the most beautiful woman Sawyer had ever seen. It wasn't just because she was his mate. There was just something about the black-haired beauty that made him lose his senses. Even her brown eyes glimmered with all kinds of naughty things, like their time in the library. Sawyer didn't know what to think of his little mate. Grace kept on surprising him, and he didn't know if he should leave her alone or spread her out on his bed and devour her to keep her from ever leaving Winterland. She patted his knee gently, sending sparks of awareness through his blood. "Now drive me home, Mr. Mayor," she purred. Sawyer clenched his jaw, unsure how to proceed. He closed his fingers around hers and leaned in close. "What if I didn't?" Her eyes flashed with interest. "What do you mean? What if I didn't drive you to Colin's place? What if you spent the night here?" She narrowed those bright eyes of hers. "You know that's not a good idea. We'll undoubtedly get into some kind of trouble." And he tightened his grip on her hand. "Would that be so bad? Let me show you my fox. Let's have a few more s'mores and see where the night leads us. Naked and balls deep." Sawyer wasn't sure if he or his fox thought that, but it didn't matter. It was the damn truth. It was the best damn thing that could happen between them tonight. Grace bit down on her lip and took deep breaths. Sawyer waited patiently while she decided what she wanted to do. "No big deal. We're just waiting to see if our mate wants to spend the night with us or alone in another shifter's home." The thought didn't sit well with him. "Here's what we'll do," Grace finally said. "I am definitely curious at seeing your fox. I've only seen one shifter, and as cool as Katya's tiny ermine was, I'd like to see yours." "And then," he pressed, hopeful. "And then," she repeated, "you'll take me to Colin's place." He nodded, disappointed. "Don't pout," she teased, tapping his cheek gently. He trapped her hand there with his while the other went to her face. "I'm not pouting, sweets. I'm just really disappointed that you want to leave because you're scared of what would happen between us." "I'm not scared. I know exactly what will happen if I stay. You'll use that smile, and those eyes, and your other," she sighed, "qualities to seduce me." And he leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her lips. "What would be so bad about that?" "Well, for one, we both agreed to only do things, sexual things," he clarified on an interruption between two kisses. "Right," she whispered, her eyes hazy with lust. "Only when things get heated." He wanted to punch the air in victory. He was winning her over with his charm and his kisses. "From where I'm sitting, we both need some kind of release right now." "You're doing that thing with that mouth of yours," he chuckled. "From what I remember, you had no problem with my mouth earlier today." She rolled her eyes. "Watch it," she warned. But even as she spoke, she leaned into him, pressing their bodies together. Sawyer took his chance and pulled Grace into his lap. He took her cheeks into his hands and memorized every inch of her face, from the smooth skin of her forehead, to the sparkle in her eyes, to the pout of her delicious lips. "Aren't you a little curious what it would be like?" he murmured in her ear. "Well, sure. Of course I'm curious, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea." He sucked on the soft skin of her neck right where he would bite to mark her forever as his mate. It was a dangerous game he was playing, wanting to keep her at arm's length because she would leave and he would be left still wanting her. In his bed, on his couch, in his shower, in the fucking library. "Sawyer," she gasped when he nibbled her earlobe, sucking gently. Or maybe it was his hand on her tits that made her melt into him. Through the material of her shirt and bra, he tried to find her nipples. He wanted to suckle on them, wondering what they would taste like, what color she would be. He continued exploring her neck with his mouth and her body with his hands. The sweet and intoxicating scent of her desire made him hard and ready to go. He wanted to seduce her, yes, but he also wanted her to come to him out of her own accord. He just had to keep on teasing her in hopes that she would give in. Sawyer trailed his hands down her side and then to the hem of her jeans. He quickly flipped open the button and zipper and eased them down. She let him, even moving her legs to help his movements. She was drenched straight through her panties. He trailed a thumb through this evidence of her desire for him. "If you're going to strip me, it's only fair that you lose a piece of clothing too." Grace tugged at his sweater until he ripped it off his head. "Sweet mother of—" She stopped short. "What do you do to get that many muscles? Do you live in a gym?" He chuckled. "Nah, I don't have time for that. This is thanks to my shifter jeans." "You don't even look real," she wondered, running her soft, delicate fingers over his abdomen. His breath caught as she continued to draw her hand lower and lower until she cupped his straining erection in the palm of her hand. "I'm real, all right, sweets. I can show you." "I bet," she giggled, flipping open his pants. Before she could tug the garment down, he stopped her. "Fair is fair, sweets. I just lost my shirt. I think it's your turn to lose a layer." She rolled her eyes but pulled her shirt off. The thin material of her purple bra left very little to the imagination. Her nipples were twin peaks, evidence that she was aroused, not that he needed the proof. He already had it. It lingered on his tongue every time he took a breath. He flipped the cups of the bra down to expose the creamy, smooth skin of her flesh. He drew one nipple into his mouth, sucking gently as he tweaked the other with his fingers. Grace arched her back into him, offering herself with a moan of pleasure. The sound went straight to his already hard cock. He wanted her so damn badly. It hurt him to take things as slowly as they were. With Grace distracted by his tongue on her tits, he reached back behind her and unbuckled the bra. The garment slipped from her arms. His mate was in nothing but a tiny pair of underwear sitting on his lap. "Pants," Grace said, tugging at his trousers. "Fair is fair, isn't that what you said?" "You asked for it," he responded with a grin. He kicked off his jeans, his erection sliding out to stand at attention. Her eyes went round as fists. "You don't wear underwear. You're naked." He laughed low. "I am indeed naked. You're almost naked, so let's fix that." He reached between them and with a small little tug he ripped the underwear off her. He would miss the cute scrap of purple material as the thing was definitely a tease. He'd buy her more to compensate. "We'll just rip that off too," his fox insisted, and rightly so. "And now we're both naked," she giggled. "Imagine that. I guess this means that we are both very much heated." "I'd say so." He stood with Grace still in his arms. He carried her to his bedroom, and she didn't stop him. She curled her fingers into his hair and kissed a line across his jaw. It was all the sign he needed that this was happening. He was going to fuck his mate. He'd make it count. "It is kinda silly how easily we are breaking our own rules," she said when he laid her on his bed. He settled beside her, tracing the length of her body with his fingers. "I think they were silly rules to begin with. It's never a good idea to stay away from your mate. The further we go, the more we give in, the harder it will be when I have to leave Winterland." He licked his lips. "Then say you won't leave." She couldn't say that, of course. It was nonsense. He couldn't convince her to stay, not if that wasn't what she wanted. The fact that she was turning out to be way more adventurous than he even thought possible was still confusing to him. Grace Ann Tumbler was just full of surprises. Her adventurous spirit was one of the surprises, and he wasn't sure he could trust it. Would it vanish? Would she? Can you please not be a downer when we're hard and have our mate laid out for us? His fox was right, but Sawyer ignored the animal, pretending it wasn't there in the bedroom with them. Sawyer spread Grace's legs wide, pinning her knees into the mattress. She looked up at him with a smirk bending her lips. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked, a pure tease as always. "What do you think I'm doing?" he replied before diving tongue first into her wet pussy. He took a long swipe up her center to end at the clit. He circled the hard nub over and over again before drawing it into his mouth for a quick suck. He nibbled it gently with his teeth before pushing 3 fingers into her. She gasped and arched off the bed, taking him deep inside of herself. He was a big man, and he wanted to make sure she was well and truly ready to take all of him. He pumped his fingers in and out of her, his pinky drawing at the entrance of her ass. She was letting him do it, and he grinned into her wet pussy, tonguing her clit. He knew she was close. He could feel it. He could sense it. Not only in her shaking legs and quivering core, but he could feel it deep inside himself. He continued loving her body until Grace's breath caught, and she came, screaming his name, bucking off the bed, grinding her pussy into his face. It was the most beautiful sight he had ever seen and the most pleasing sound he had ever heard. His mate was an insatiable little fox, and he was here for it, over and over. When Grace's orgasm ebbed away, he straddled her legs, his erection pressing into her thigh. She blinked up at him, her breasts rosy and cheeks flushed. "Well," she giggled, "I guess we might as well keep going." She arched her hips off the bed. "What are you saying?" he asked. He knew, but he wanted her to say it. He wanted to hear Grace say she wanted him deep inside of her. She rolled her eyes. "You know." He took his erection and traced it up and down her slit. "I need to hear the words out of that mouth of yours, sweets." "I want to have sex with you?" He grinned. Was that a question? She bit her lip. "Don't you want me?" "Like you even have to ask. You know I do." "Then what are you waiting for? A written invitation? Fuck me, Sawyer Agnor." His chest puffed out in pride. His mate wanted him, and she could say the words out loud. "Oh, sweets," he groaned. "I've wanted nothing more since that first kiss in the cabin." "Shouldn't we talk about protection and all that stuff?" He stilled. "Shit, yeah." He reached into the bedside table and quickly tore into a packet. He rolled it on and settled back between her legs. He covered her body with his, kissing his way across her chest before capturing her mouth in a searing kiss. His tongue delved into her mouth as his cockhead pressed into her entrance. He eased himself in, inch by inch. Under him, Grace panted and arched into his erection, taking more of him. "You're so fucking tight. Damn it, you feel so good, sweets." She sighed happily when he eased out, only to reel back in. He repeated the process a few times, each thrust taking him deeper and deeper into her. She dug her fingers into his shoulders as he continued to take her hard and slow. It was perfect. He had to strain to keep from spilling too soon, but he also didn't want to stop. He wanted to keep on going. He wanted to stay buried inside of Grace forever. Her pussy clenched down hard every time he was seated deep inside of her. It was like being crushed by the most delicious weight in the world. He bent his head down until he could take one of her nipples into his mouth. He suckled hard, gently rolling it between his teeth. Under him, Grace was losing her mind, clawing at him, screaming his name, begging for more. It was erotic as hell to see that she was so damn into it. Into him. Into their first time together. But it sure as hell wouldn't be their only. He would never let there be a last time, not as long as he could breathe. Sweets, I'm gonna... Fuck! He didn't want to come without getting her there. He gripped her hips and tilted them, allowing the angle of his movements inside of her to change. She gripped him hard, breathless, her eyes digging into his. She shouted his name, and then his world imploded. Her orgasm tore through her, fast and hard. Her pussy clenched down on him, milking him as she rode the waves of her pleasure. He was close behind her, exploding deep inside of her as he roared her name and gripped her hips. He continued pumping in and out of her until it was no longer possible. He ran to the bathroom, discarded the condom and dove back into the bed, taking Grace in his arms. They held each other quietly for a long time, letting their sweat dry and their bodies and minds return to earth slowly. "Maybe I'll just sleep here," Grace whispered seconds before falling into a deep slumber. Sawyer watched her dream for a little while before joining her. His last conscious thought was, "I'll never let her go now."
Chapter 12. Grace. Grace couldn't move. For a second, she wanted to panic, but then she saw a large palm on her stomach. The hand was attached to a muscular forearm and a toned shoulder. Sawyer was still fast asleep. He was wrapped around her like a pretzel. She wouldn't be able to move until he woke. She wasn't sure that she wanted to move, not when they were interlaced like lovers. His body was warm around hers, and it was quite possibly the most comfortable and peaceful night's sleep Grace had ever had. It was probably because of the strenuous sex. After their first time, she had quickly passed out, only to wake up a few hours later with an erection pressed into her back. She had taken full advantage of that, much to Sawyer's pleasure. They hadn't stopped touching, kissing, and exploring each other all through the night. It would be hard to leave him behind when she had to return to Hawkins. If she didn't know any better, she would have believed she was already half in love with him. But that was impossible. People couldn't fall in love in a few hours and a couple of rounds of the best sex she had ever had. Not even if the man had saved her from a fiery crash. Not even if Sawyer had saved her from dying of hypothermia after the plane wrecked in the Alaskan wilderness. Right? She wasn't sure what to make out of all this. Madeline, Katya, and Natalie, hell, even super level-headed Piper, had told her that the mate connection made things a lot more intense, a lot quicker than it did for humans. It was up to her to decide if she believed that. If she went by her feelings alone, she could definitely see how true it was. But then, her rational brain, the one that knew all about science and psychology and all other kinds of science, perked up and told her that it was impossible to feel this enamored for a stranger this soon after meeting. But Jacinda had immediately fallen in love with Prince Reeds, her merman lover, and Piper was already calling Colin her husband. There had to be something to that, right?
Sweets, you need to stop thinking so loud. It's keeping me up.
He chuckled and kissed her shoulder.
What's happening in that brain of yours?
Nothing, she lied.
I don't believe you.
A woman needs her secrets, she insisted.
If you say so. We can talk about it over breakfast. I'm famished. Must be all that sex.
He wiggled his brows at her with a grin. He hopped out of bed and, as naked as the day he was born, pranced toward the kitchen. Fascinated, and also a little scandalized at the idea of eating breakfast buck naked, Grace grabbed his discarded shirt and threw it over her head before following him into the kitchen. Sawyer was busy making coffee, which she could have kissed him for. Caffeine would help her clear her thoughts about everything that was happening.
Did you sleep well?
He asked, turning from the counter to give her a kiss. Yup, she answered.
Do me a favor. Grab the milk and orange juice from the fridge.
Grace did as asked before sitting at the small dining room table. she wasn't sure she wanted to eat. That would mean she would have more energy to get naked with Sawyer again. There was a mission to complete. The 6 shifters were still out there with Andy Malone. But, of course, the sooner that was resolved, the quicker she would have to leave Winterland to return to her hometown. Here. Sawyer dropped a plate in front of her. It had a muffin the size of her head. It was blueberry, her favorite. How could he possibly know that? He didn't. It had to be a coincidence, but what a coincidence it was. It made her heart feel light, like they were so meant to be together. He even knew what kind of pastry to get to make her all warm and fuzzy. Hope you like blueberry. It's my favorite. He gave her a wide smile. Mine too, she said. They ate. Her 1 muffin, him 2 muffins, 3 slices of ham, a bowl of cereal, and a banana with a couple of handfuls of nuts, in comfortable silence. It was so cozy that Grace sort of wished she had a book. Instead, she had to settle with her imagination, picturing what more mornings like this would mean for them. Sawyer eating enough to feed a small class of teenagers, and her reading a full book over a shared pot of coffee. The blissful morning was only interrupted by the radio a little while later.
Sawyer, get your foxy ass down to the community center as soon as fucking possible. We're ready to roll.
Colin didn't wait for the confirmation.
We'll start without you if you aren't here in 15.
I guess that's our cue, Sawyer said with a shrug.
You sure you want to be a part of this?
Grace had the impression that he wanted her to say no. Yes, absolutely. He grumbled something under his breath, but she never did hear what he had said. Katya, Colin, Piper, Natalie, and Tucker were waiting for them in the back office at the community center. As soon as they walked in, Grace had a feeling they all knew that something between her and Sawyer had changed overnight. You look nice and well-rested, Piper teased. Noticed no one slept at our place last night? Grace jutted her chin out and rolled her shoulders back. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Yet I know exactly what you're not saying, her best friend said through a giggle.
Yeah, she spent the night. She's my mate. Let's all get over it and at least pretend to be adults for a few minutes while we're figuring out how to save our town. What he said, Tucker agreed. What made you call this meeting, Katya?
The white-haired beauty grinned wide. I have the serum. I finalized the formula last night. As we speak, Madeline and a few other townspeople are keeping watch over it. It's got to stay cooking for another few hours, but I'm sure it'll work. I couldn't have done it without the research journals Grace found. She squeezed the librarian's hand with a grateful smile. I don't know how you found the formula for the super strain of rabies that was plaguing Western Europe in the late 80s and early 90s, but that did it. I'm pretty sure I can make the 6 shifters better.
Pretty sure?
Colin roared through a mouthful of donuts. Grace wanted to ask if the Mares were sponsored by the diner, because they seemed to have an endless supply of donuts in their offices. Or maybe the others brought the pastries to keep Colin placated. He didn't look like the type who took hunger well. He was too tall and too large, and if he was anything like Sawyer, he had an appetite that could rival a team of 13-year-old hockey players. Well, I haven't been able to test it on anyone, but as soon as I injected an infusion of the serum into the water sample that Piper grabbed from the fissures, it changed composition. It lost its toxicity by 70 to 95%. That's one hell of an error margin, Natalie said. We know that, but it's the best we can do without an actual volunteer to test on.
It's not like we have the time, Tucker added. We have no idea what Malone is planning, but at least we have the towers back up and running. We called the Rangers this morning and told them that Piper is safe and sound in Point Hope. We lied about her location, so we didn't put Winterland in danger of exposure, but Burl has agreed to cover for us. He told the Rangers that he'll fly Piper back to Anchorage as soon as his plane is fixed.
He can fix the plane we crashed in? Grace gasped.
No, Tucker answered. But we are playing for time. We need Piper here. Do we? Colin argued. I would be more than happy to send the 3 mortal mates to Anchorage until all of this mess is settled.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Not a chance, the 3 women said in unison. Natalie, Piper, and Grace all looked at each other before bursting out in laughter.
As it turned out, all three wanted to stay and help Winterland beat Malone. Now that it's settled that the mates are staying to help, Katya cut in, we need to come up with a plan. How are we going to administer the serum to the shifters? I don't think we can focus on a volunteer basis alone. Most of them are with Malone by choice. The few we might be able to convince are the few who were kidnapped or coerced into staying. Could you distill the serum into some kind of gas? We could gas bomb the shantytown. Tucker tapped his chin as he spoke. I thought of that, but that would mean we can only administer it if all the shifters are together. Here's an idea. Grace stepped forward. We take a few of the townspeople who have animals who can fight and go to the shantytown. We offer the serum to those who want it. Meanwhile, the three of you co-mayors can— No! This time, it was the three mayors that roared all together. Katya rolled her eyes. If the ladies want to participate, you can't stop them. What the doc said. Grace crossed her arms and tapped her foot. Let's just take a step back. We have a few hours before the serum is ready. I think that Grace is on to something with her idea. We'll have to divide and conquer. The doctor stared down the three co-mayors like they were innocent little whelps. Not one liked it.
Chapter 13. Sawyer. Sawyer couldn't believe the words which were coming out of Katya's mouth. He was furious, and he wasn't the only one. Colin and Tucker were just as pissed as he was. Sending three mates into battle was just not happening. I really do think that if we have a few people who seem non-threatening go to the shantytown, it could do wonders to convince some of Malone's followers to listen to us when we tell them they're sick. Grace looked so sure of herself. It was adorable, but he still wanted to turn her over his knee and spank her a couple of times for putting her life in danger so easily. Where in the fuck was his librarian mate? The one that was all but afraid of her shadow. The one that didn't believe that adventures in real life were necessary. What if I order you a whole mountain of new books? He growled. Will you stop trying to race off into danger? She frowned at him. Excuse me? You told me you don't like any sort of adventure or danger, that you prefer to sit at home with a book and a cup of tea. I can arrange that if you promise not to involve yourself in this. Grace threw daggers at him with her eyes. Are you kidding me? You are the one who isn't making any sense right now. You want a mate that is all up for dangerous things like camping at the base of a volcano, whatever the fuck that even means. Well, guess what? You've got it. You have got a mate who will help the town defend itself. It's not exactly sleeping at the base of a lava-spewing death trap, but at least it is worth something. It is saving lives. I told you, Sawyer, Tucker sighed. You kept saying you wanted a mate that could keep up. This is the price of it. They have a mind of their own and they want to participate. It's one thing in theory, but in actuality, that shit is fucking terrifying. Aw, Natalie cooed. You really do love me, my grumpy, big, bad wolf. She kissed his cheek and he roped his arm around her waist, keeping his mate anchored to his side. Oh yeah, having a mate that jumps into danger feet first is no fun. Colin stuffed a whole donut into his mouth. I do really think that you're blowing it way out of proportion, Piper cut in with an eye roll. All I did was slide into a small crevasse to get some samples for Katya. My life was hardly in danger. Tell that to the 20 years you took off my life, her mate shot back. Piper took his hand in hers. Would you stop being so grumpy for 2 damn seconds? Eat another donut. She grabbed one from the box and held it over his mouth. He took it into his maw, nipping his mate's finger slightly. She giggled, but nudged his shoulder with hers. Back to Grace's plan. I do think that it's a good idea to separate and have different kinds of dosages. So different kinds of administrations of the serum for the shifters who want to take it and the others who don't believe they're ill. Do you think the serum could be made into a gas? Katya and Natalie exchanged a look. It would take a few more hours at the very least. Well, I think that the wait would be worth it if it means we can help more people, Grace said, resolved. Piper, what do you think? I agree with you. the ex-forest ranger answered, earning her a mean scowl from her bear mate. If you need a few more hours, we'll make it work. Andy Malone hasn't shown his face since he destroyed the towers. We can only assume that he was also grounded by the series of bad storms. We can use this to our advantage. Take our time to completely use the serum to the very height of its capabilities. Right, Katya agreed. Nat and I will return to the clinic then. Get on that. Meanwhile, the rest of you will have to find a viable plan of attack. No fighting, children. Katya pointed a finger at the three co-mayors. You're leaders. Stop thinking with your male egos. Your mates were picked by fate because they can take being your mates. Got it? Sawyer crossed his arms but didn't answer. Colin just scowled at her. Tucker, for his part, shrugged. Sure, Doc. Whatever you say. Easy for him to say, Colin mumbled under his breath. His mate will be safe in a lab. Oh, I have every intention of going to the shanty town to help with the serum distribution in case anyone needs medical attention. You can't stop me from saving people, Tucker. Don't even try. She kissed him before leaving on Katya's heels. Well, Piper said with a sigh, I guess we have to find a plan now. We have to find a plan, Colin corrected, pointing toward himself and his co-mayors. I'm sure we can find a compromise, Grace said. Now, your hang-ups about your mates being involved is because you don't think we can defend ourselves against shifters, is that right? Yes, Colin and Sawyer said at the same time. Right, so if we have the serum, weapons, and shifter backup, what's the problem? We wouldn't be there to protect you, Sawyer answered his mate's question. But what if there were other shifters from Winterland there to help? You know, so you can lure Andy Malone away from the shantytown and away from Winterland? Tucker ran a hand back through his hair. You two are going to hate me for saying this, but I think your mate is right. That's a good plan. We can send some of the enforcers out with them and lead Malone into the wildlands. That way, no innocents can be harmed in the fight. No innocents but our mates, Sawyer snapped. Grace lifted her hand to get everyone's attention. Excuse me, but we are not mated yet. I can do what I want. Like hell you can, Sawyer growled. If that's the only thing making you behave so foolishly, I'll mate you right here, right now. Grace rolled her eyes, but her cheeks turned bright pink. Easy now, Sawyer. I don't think our public displays have involved an audience yet, and I'm not so sure that's actually what you want. Sawyer was stunned into silence. He looked to Colin for help, but the bear was purposefully staring at his shoes. It was obvious he didn't, or wouldn't, be involved. Especially not since it could very well put him in trouble with his own mate. Not only because there was loyalty between the best friends, but also because it wasn't the shifter way to intervene in other couples' business. We need privacy to discuss this, Sawyer said through gritted teeth. We don't have time to waste, Grace argued. The 6 shifters aren't getting any better, and the more we wait, the bigger the chances that Malone drops by Winterland. That's not what we want, right? We want the fight, or whatever it is that you shifters do, far away from town. She's got a point, Piper piped up. Now, we need to check on Peter. We weren't able to earlier since we got the call from Katya just as we were pulling into town. As soon as we make sure the kid is okay, we can all reconvene at the clinic and go from there. You two figure your shit out. Piper nudged her chin at Grace, and the other 2 women whispered to each other. Sawyer nearly broke his ears trying to hear what they were saying to each other, but Colin stepped in front of him. Best not eavesdrop, his friend said. If Piper knew you were doing that, she'd claw your eyes out. I don't know your mate much, but I feel like she'd do the same. Sawyer blew out a breath. She was supposed to be this quiet and demure woman. She's a librarian that never left her hometown before coming here. You'd think she'd be all scared. Colin shook his head. She's best friends with Piper. You can't expect her to be a fragile little flower. Colin sighed, grabbing another donut. I guess you need to mate her as soon as possible, but if you think that will mean you get to control her, think again. I swear, since Piper and I have become mates, all I hear about is equal partnerships. He tore into his 10th or 100th donut of the day. I respect her, but fuck does it hurt when she hurls herself into danger. I wish I could wrap her up in a bubble or some shit and keep her there forever. From your mouth to God's ears, Sawyer grumbled. Prancing like a damn queen, Grace came up to him with a heavy bag. I need to change into warmer clothes before all this goes down. We can go to your place for a few minutes to discuss our next course of action and how this relationship is going to go. She turned on her heel and walked toward the entrance. You wanted an adventurous mate, Colin said with a shrug. Welcome to the pain, brother. Sawyer mumbled all the way back to his place. Maybe he could fuck some sense into Grace. Or tie her to the bed. Yeah, that was a good idea.
Chapter 14. Grace. Grace couldn't quite believe they needed to discuss her involvement in a dangerous plan with rogue and sick shifters. If someone had told her 2 days ago that she would actively participate, she would have peed herself laughing. She wasn't laughing now. Nope. She didn't know what her future looked like anymore. She didn't know if it was in Winterland with Sawyer or back in Hawkins. All she knew was that there were people in danger, and there was no way in hell she was going to let this go by without helping. She might be a chicken shit who only read about dangerous things in books, but she read. A lot. That gave her an edge. She might never have formulated a plan, but she had read every famous general or army captain's biography. She knew strategy in a practical sense. If Sawyer wasn't going to use her knowledge because he was scared of her getting hurt, well, okay, on the one hand, that was sort of sweet. He cared about her and her safety. But on the other hand, it was annoying as hell. Grace finally felt like she was coming into her own power as a woman and her own power as a smart and capable individual. If Sawyer stayed in her way, he couldn't be the man for her. Prince Reeds would never stop Jacinda from participating in a quest to save their kingdom. They were a team. If Grace were to stay in Winterland with Sawyer, one of the town's mayors, she wanted to be an active participant in the town's defense. She would definitely work on getting them a better library, but she would also use her wealth of knowledge to make their lives better. It was her duty. She felt that down to her soul. As soon as they were back at Sawyer's place, Grace put her hands on her hips and turned to face him. She tapped her foot at him, much like she would do to teenagers who weren't respecting the sanctity of the library. Sawyer had the good sense to look sheepish. He reached out for her and tugged her into his arms. Don't try to charm yourself out of this mess, mister. I do not like how you handled that back there. How it was such a public discussion. What? If you were to join in on the fight or not? She glared at him. Yes. Well, that's just how shifters are, sweets. Plus, you can bet that fine ass of yours that Colin and Piper are having that very same disagreement right now. That doesn't make it right. Whether we are mates or not, with or without the maiming of my body that basically seals our fate together forever, I am still my own person, Sawyer. You don't get to make decisions for me. I'm not some too-stupid-to-live woman who will wander into the forest alone with the killer hot on her heels. My plan is sound. I would be with Piper, who is a capable woman, and we would have shifters from Winterland with us should things go sideways. You don't understand how shifters work. It doesn't matter. But it does. He interrupted her, making her angrier than she had ever been. Even when Jonathan Meyerson dropped a full cup of coffee on a rare book, nearly destroying it beyond repair, that level of mad. You don't know how shifters fight. We fight dirty, especially psychos like Malone. He would take you or Piper or Natalie just to fuck with us. He already did it to Nat, and let me tell you, we aren't ready to lose a mare mate that way. Let me finish, sweets. I know you're smart as hell, but this is even dangerous for Piper, who, like you pointed out, is a trained survivalist. This is so far beyond your wheelhouse because it's not your world. You have to trust me on this. I trust that you are being a sexist pig, she shot back, pushing away from his embrace. Dejected, he heaved a heavy sigh. Sweet Gracie Ann Tumbler, listen to me very carefully. The only way you will leave my life is to go back to your precious Hawkins, and it won't be in a body bag because I couldn't protect you. Do you understand me? She gulped loudly. That was quite the vivid image he had brought up. She didn't want to die, and she didn't think that she would. Not if she had the proper backup. Fine. Then you come with Piper and me to the shantytown. That way you can protect me to your heart's content. He chuckled.
If you think for 5 seconds that Colin will allow Piper out of his sight after what she did last time, you're in for a major surprise.
She threw her hands up in defeat. Well, what the hell else am I supposed to do then?
Your plan is good, but how about this? You, me, and a few other people from town go to the shantytown to administer the serum to the willing. Meanwhile, Tucker can be with Doc and Natalie doing their thing with the gas version of the serum. And while we're all busy with that, Colin and Piper and the rest of the town's shifters can be patrolling our borders on the lookout for an attack.
It feels like we're spreading out too thin if we do that.
Sawyer shrugged. This is particularly why we have 3 mayors. There's a lot of land we need to protect. This way, there's always one of us around to make a call. We trust each other like brothers to do the best for Winterland.
So long as it doesn't put one of the mates in danger, she corrected in a grumble.
His eyes darkened. Believe me, the best thing for Winterland is to have 3 mayors that are happily matched up. You don't want a shifter who loses his mate. That's a mess waiting to happen.
Grace blew air out of her lungs, all the while praying for patience to deal with the infuriating man standing in front of her. I get that I am important to you. I am important to me too. But if you and the other mayors find your plan sound, then so be it. That's how we will work it. He smiled.
Good. I'm glad you see it my way. Now, is there any chance I can convince you to let me lock you in the library?
No.
Not even if I do this?
He closed the distance between them and pushed her hair over her shoulder to kiss her neck. He kissed the long column until he reached her ear. He bit the lobe gently before pulling it into his mouth. His hands gripped her waist, bringing her into the hollow of his hips. He was hard and definitely aroused. Did our disagreement actually get your motor running? He chuckled against her skin before kissing her more.
Yes, absolutely. You're adorable when you get all angry librarian on me. It makes me want to take out a book, only to get a late fee.
She narrowed her eyes at his joke. Late fees aren't a joke, Sawyer. People wait for books to be available while late fees accrue. It's a lack of respect for...
Grace stopped short when she saw that Sawyer was stifling a laugh.
You are mocking me.
Not even a little bit, sweets. I think you'd make a lovely addition to the Winterland Library. I think it's quite lucky that it's got a vacancy, and that my mate would turn out to be a librarian. It's like fate is telling you to settle here.
Easy, she warned, closing her arms around his neck. I am still mad at you.
Okay,
he said before capturing her lips in a kiss. Grace arched into the embrace with a sigh.
Grace, I want you,
he whispered into her ear, making her shiver. We don't have time.
We can be really fast, he argued. I'll make sure you have a good time too. Please. It's going to be a long night, and if you're still intent on leaving as soon as all of this is resolved, I want to take all my chances to be inside of you.
Don't you mean with me?
With, inside, beside, whatever, sweets.
Grace studied his face carefully. She wanted him too. It was insane. There was no time, and more than that, they had spent the entire night having sex. Hadn't she had enough? Well, no, obviously not. Besides, this isn't just sex. It's sex with Sawyer. He is quite literally the best I've ever had. How can I even think about turning him down? I swear to God, Sawyer, if you do not get me to come during this ill-advised quickie, I am going to be so mad at you. He chuckled.
Oh, don't worry, sweets. You'll get yours. That's a promise.
Without any further thoughts, he dropped his pants and went to work on hers. His fingers traced her seam and he grinned.
You're already soaked, sweets.
He pulled his fingers into his mouth and licked her juices before returning the digits to her core. Well, you were kissing me, and how is a woman not going to react to that?
He laughed softly. God, you're incredible.
He palmed her ass and lifted her off the floor. He pressed her back into the wall, using it as leverage. Grace locked her ankles behind his back, feeling his erection against her.
"You'll have to guide me in, Grace. I don't want to let you go."
"Okay," she sighed, doing just that. He was quick to thrust in, burying himself deep inside of her. Their groans of satisfaction echoed through the small house, followed by Grace's sighs as he began to pump in and out of her. It was her first time having sex in this position, and it was only possible because Sawyer was so tall and so fucking muscular. The man had muscles for days and days, and he could hold her tight, all the while pistoning his hips in and out of her. Knowing that this beautiful, strong, stubborn man had wanted her this badly was powerful knowledge. Grace moved against him, her clit hitting against his groin every time they joined. It was wonderfully dirty to be fucking so fast in the hall, still half-dressed. It made her dizzy with lust, and she clenched her pussy around his cock. His breathing was erratic against her ear, while his heart thundered right along with hers. Her orgasm started deep down, low in her belly, creating waves of sparks. It exploded when Sawyer joined their lips, his tongue in her mouth, imitating the rhythm of his hard-thrusting cock. She held on, screaming his name as she went through waves of pleasure. With a groan, Sawyer increased his speed and penned her even farther into the wall. He pumped once hard, and then deep inside of her, crying out her name, he came. They stayed like that, against the wall with his cock softening inside of her for a long time. Only when their breathing started to become normal did Grace gasp with the realization that they had missed a crucial step. "We didn't use protection." Sawyer stilled and slowly eased her down onto the floor. Unsteady on her feet, she blinked up at him. "I'm clean," she whispered.
"So am I. Shifters can't get sexually transmitted diseases. That's a human thing."
"But I'm guessing that you shifters have some pretty fucking powerful sperm." He cringed.
"Yeah."
She eased out a breath. "Well, I'm on the pill. I haven't taken it in the last couple of days since it burned in the plane crash, but it should still be in my system. Any chance you have access to the morning after pill out here?" He shook his head.
"I'm sorry. This was very fucking irresponsible of me. I don't want you to think that I was trying to trap you to me with a pregnancy."
Grace shrugged. She wanted kids, but she wanted kids when she had a life partner. She didn't exactly need a ring, but a relationship longer than 2 seconds and living in the same state would have been beneficial. "I am sure it is fine," she assured him before rattling off the statistics of women who could conceive after being on the pill since puberty. His eyes glazed over as he helped put her clothes back on. "No one thinks you're trapping them, Sawyer. We were both right here, both of us adults."
"I'm sorry, sweets. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it."
"I know. Also, can you please stop looking like it's a done deal? We have a little ways to go before we can panic." He cringed again.
"I'll be honest with you. Shifters have some pretty powerful swimmers."
"Of course you do," she shot back with a roll of the eyes. "Now let's meet the others before you dissolve into a full-blown panic."
"I'm not panicking,"
he argued. But really, she could see just how terrified he was at the idea of being a father. Grace grabbed some long johns and a few other layers of clothing and bundled up in her snow gear before turning toward him. He was still standing there, pants at his ankles, looking a little bit curious. "I mean, if you want to fight Malone with your dick flailing about like that, it's up to you, but I think it would be rather cold out there to intimidate him with the length."
"Did you just make a joke about my dick size?"
She grinned. "Yep. Now get dressed. We have people to save, and that ass is mine alone to see." Chapter 15. Grace. Holy shit. No, but really holy fucking shit. What the hell was she doing? Never in her life had she ever had unprotected sex. Of course, the first and only time it would ever happen would be with a super fucking fertile shifter who could probably breathe on her and get her pregnant. The chances were slim, and she had to remember that. She had told Sawyer he shouldn't panic, and now she had to repeat the same damn thing to herself. The drive to the clinic was quiet, and when they finally joined the other mayors, their mates, and the doctor there, they had all come up with the same plan as Sawyer. Shifter version, though. It was all decided. They would enact the plan as soon as night fell. It was the best time to strike, according to all three mayors. The shantytown would be quiet, and Malone was sure to be fast asleep. As a bear shifter, he was apparently very fond of his sleep. Grace was too, but she didn't say that. The whole mission was to start in a couple of hours. "There are just a few more things I need to do with the serum," Katya pointed out. "Then we'll be able to go."
All of the townspeople have been warned to stay at the community center. No one is to leave, and the doors have all been barricaded. The town will be safe, and Madeline and Annie are sure there are enough supplies to last at least a week in case things go way wrong.
Colin looked stressed as he spoke. Grace gulped. Way wrong? What the hell does that even mean?
Well, if we all die,
Piper answered for her mate. Grace felt herself blanch. It won't happen, her best friend promised. We'll be fine, but we do always have to be cautious and think of this stuff. Sure, Grace squeaked. I think I should go back to the library and do a bit of research on...
Nope, Sawyer said. We have all the knowledge we need, don't we, Doc?
Katya shrugged. There is no such thing as too much knowledge, but I can see why you would say that. It'll be okay, Grace. We're going to save those that want to be saved, and the shifters that are fighting with Malone will get what's coming to them.
Oh,
Sawyer groaned.
Don't say that to her. She'll take it to heart, and she'll want to head out there to find whatever it is that you need.
Doc nodded. Sorry, kid. I can't help myself. I'm a doctor, and we haven't tested this stuff. Here I am, giving it to people.
To shifters? Colin corrected. You could have arsenic in there, and you wouldn't be able to kill another Ermine shifter.
Well, thanks for that, Katya snapped back.
We should start driving out to the shantytown soon, Sawyer said.
The big snowmobile we use for medical emergencies is all gassed up and ready to go for you. Katya took a key from her back pocket. You can use the back door to get to it. Wait. Grace gasped, searching all of her winter gear, and fuck, there was a lot of it. She needed all of the layers if she was going to not shiver for the next century. My scarf must have flown off in the wind. I bet it's at the snowmobile. She raced to the front door. Be right back. After running outside, she saw the bright red material along the side of the path to the clinic several yards away. A forceful gust of wind forced the scarf off the path into the trees. Grace chased off after it. The wind was sharp and cold, slicing through her clothes. It really did take strong guts to live out here. She would have to invest in some serious winter clothes if she was going to live out here. If she decided to live up here. It was a big decision, one she didn't know if she was ready to make yet. She was starting to fall for the stubborn and hot Sawyer in a very real and frightening way. She tried to imagine what it would be like to go back to her life in Hawkins, knowing that he was out here away from her. Would she be able to live with herself, knowing that any other man she met would not have been fated for her? Probably not. There was no way in hell Jacinda would have ever walked away from Prince Reed's. Piper sure wouldn't be going anywhere now that she was glued to Colin. And if she were honest with herself, Grace didn't want to leave. Even if it was colder than cold and the wind was basically a weapon, she didn't want to leave Winterland behind, knowing this was where fate had wanted her. Why else would she have been compelled to leave her hometown for the first time in her life? It was destiny. First Piper, then her. She wasn't going to fight it. She would tell Sawyer that she had made up her mind. Made up her mind to grow up to be the woman she had become, Sawyer's mate, and a badass Winterland librarian. That's right. She would be able to set up the Winterland Library and get to work with Madeline to start a bunch of fun kid programming for the little shifters. And who knew? Maybe in 9 months, she'd have a little shifter of her own.
Well, well, well. What do we have here?
A man stepped out from the trees, making Grace jump in fright. She grabbed the red scarf from the frozen snow and straightened to look at the citizen. Hey, I don't know if you missed the message or whatnot, but everyone is at the community center right now. I suggest you join the others. Humor danced in the man's dark eyes, making Grace colder than she already was.
Oh, I know they're all huddled together like a bunch of maggots. It'll make this all that much easier.
Grace felt the bottom fall out of her stomach. She didn't need to ask the man who he was to know the truth. The mayors of Winterland had spent a long day planning out their strategy, but in the end, Andy Malone had waltzed into their territory like he owned it.
You belong to Sawyer, the dumb fox.
She raised her chin in defiance. I do not belong to anyone.
You smell like the fox.
You smell like poop. Grace cringed inwardly. What kind of lame comeback was that? You should know they are expecting me. Not to mention that we just spent all day arguing about how to best defeat you. You showing up right now is really fucking things up for all of us.
I'm sure they are. I'm positive they'll come looking for you. We were going to take one of the brats, but the unmated mate of one of the mayors, it's too fucking perfect. They'll fall right into our trap.
They won't, she insisted. They are too smart for that.
Malone threw his head back to laugh. Sure, whatever you say, human.
He snapped his fingers, and the two most viciously ugly men she had ever seen stepped forward. Grace opened her mouth to scream, but one of them backhanded her seconds before the scream ripped out of her throat.
Chapter 16. Sawyer. After a moment of listening to the other mates argue over safety, Sawyer turned to the front door. I'm going after her, he grumbled more to himself than to the group. Fuck. Am I that grumpy when it comes to you? Tucker asked Natalie. Yes. Everyone in the doctor's office responded at the exact same time. Huh. Well, sorry, I suck sometimes. I'll try to do better. Oh, baby, it's cute that you think you can control that. We all know your wolf is a little bit cranky. Tucker shook his head. Not as cranky as his bear, he pointed toward Colin. Shifters are such strange creatures, Piper commented, nudging her mate before he could interject and start a fight as to which mayor was the most ill-tempered. Sawyer, just like everyone else in the room, knew that without a doubt, that honor did in fact belong to Colin. Enough! How long does it take to get a fucking scarf? He swung the door open. Grace, get that sweet He stopped short. The scarf wasn't at the snowmobile, and neither was Grace. He sniffed the air and growled low. They're here. What? The group shouted in an explosion of action. Sawyer jumped the railing and booked it, following Grace's smell. It ended in the middle of the path where there had clearly been a struggle. His stomach rolled when he spotted the blood on the snow. His mate was bleeding and missing. Andy Malone's scent was thick in the air. How can she be in 3 different directions? He shouted at the moon. They probably took some of her clothing to spread her scent in all kinds of directions so you wouldn't be able to track her. Fuck that. We're splitting up. Colin, go right. Tuck, you go left. I'll take the middle. Katya, sound the alarm. I want all of the enforcers patrolling. But the serum, Katya argued. Fuck the serum. They have my mate. I'm not messing with this. We can administer the serum to all of the fucking shifters in the world as soon as Grace is back in my arms and safe. I was going to suggest that you all take a couple of vials with you in case it can help in a fight. Oh, right. And where the hell are we supposed to cart around some serum in our animal shapes? Sawyer snapped. What the fuck are we doing here arguing? The more time passes, the farther away she gets. We need to go. Now. Like right fucking now. Katya's right, Natalie cut in. You need to take snowmobiles in case she's injured when you get to her. Fuck! He roared. Let's just fucking go! You radio me the second you find her. Sawyer didn't wait for a confirmation. He got on the back of his machine and it roared to life. He took off like a shot, following one of the paths of his mate's scent. He had to find her. He just had to. He drove like a bat out of hell, slamming down on the accelerator with all his shifter strength. He followed the track and the scent until he spotted a bear. It was a brown bear of decent size holding Grace's jacket. Fuck, Fuck! That meant his mate was out in the frigid air without a coat. Throwing off his parka, he killed the machine and jumped into the air, shifting into his fox as he did. He landed hard on the bear's back, with his jowl wide open. The shifter was sick, his blood tasting all kinds of wrong. Though it was pretty fucking obvious to Sawyer that this shifter did not have his grace. He wanted to destroy him for taking her clothes in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness in winter. Grace would be freezing and in danger of going into hypothermic shock. Sawyer bit down on the bear's neck again. His sharp fangs dug through fur, flesh, and muscles. The neck tendon snapped under his bite, incapacitating the shifter. Take that, you fucking asshole. Leaving the injured bear right where he fell, Sawyer shifted back into his human form and hopped on the snowmobile. He grabbed his jacket and wrapped it around his waist to protect his family jewels from the cold before gunning it in the other direction, following in Tucker's path. The tracks of a bear were clear, right beside Tucker's snowmobile. After driving up a small hill, Sawyer spotted his co-mare. The wolf was fighting a brown bear with a cardigan, the one Grace had been wearing, on the snow. She's not here. Sawyer killed the engine and launched himself into the fight. His snow fox and Tucker's wolf easily took down the bear. Without even needing to speak to each other, they left their enemy bleeding out on the snow, blood pooling around his fur. Both shifters turned back into their human forms, grabbed their machines, and doubled back to find Colin's trail. Fucking course. She would be on the last trail. He was furious for not only picking the wrong path, not once, but twice. But he was also terrified of what he would find. It was pretty fucking clear that Grace would be with Malone. As a shifter, Andy would smell Sawyer all over Grace. He could kill her just to get back at Sawyer and the other mares. No, we can't think like that. We'll find her alive and well. Everything will be just fine. Perfectly all right. That had to be true. Sawyer couldn't let opposite thoughts linger, especially not after their unprotected quickie. What if they had conceived? As this fucked up afternoon evolved into a chase against the clock, a baby was quickening in his mate's womb. Sawyer couldn't stand it. Raising a baby, hell, raising a whole litter of babies, with Grace sounded like the only adventure he ever wanted to take from that point on. The kids would have her sparkling brown eyes and her black hair. Maybe they'd also like reading a little bit too much. Maybe they'd be the perfect mix of them both. Or maybe he would never get to live life's greatest adventure with his mate because Andy Malone was a raging maniac. Sawyer pressed down on the accelerator. He didn't need to turn to see if Tucker was close on his tail. He knew. They might not be biological brothers, but they were family. Co-mayors. Tucker understood the dangers they were facing at that moment. Tucker knew the fear that made Sawyer's blood boil and clamor for vengeance. Thankfully, they spotted two bears up ahead. Two massive bears were duking it out, blood and claws flying around like a blizzard. Grace's motionless form lay by the fight, way too close to the sharp claws and teeth for his comfort. "Call for backup. I want Doc here with supplies to save Grace," he shouted over his shoulder. Tucker was already pulling his radio to his mouth, barking commands into it. Sawyer jerked to a stop and was barely off his seat when he shifted into his snow fox's shape. He launched himself at Andy Malone just as Colin swiped at the bear's stomach. Sawyer didn't give a fuck that the odds were on their side. He was going to tear the bear limb from limb for putting his mate in danger. With all four paws firmly planted in the bear's back, he bit down hard at each shoulder blade, grievously injuring the bear's arms. He'd have a hell of a time trying to defend himself with injured arms. Andy threw himself down, falling back in hopes of crushing Sawyer. The sly fox jumped off, getting his tail smashed underneath Malone but landing on his feet. No sooner had the bear fallen than Tucker's white wolf jumped onto his stomach, swiping at his face. One of the wolf's sharp talons caught Andy's eye. Blood gushed from the hollowed wound. Tucker backed off, going to stand next to Colin's polar bear. Sawyer's co-mares knew that he would want to destroy the shifter himself. Sawyer leapt onto the bear and closed his jowls around the bear's neck, and he snapped the thing like a twig. The bear was dead. Andy Malone wasn't going to be causing any more trouble for the town of Winterland. Sawyer stared down at the shifter, knowing it was for the best. He was in a flurry of dark thoughts when Tucker howled at the sky. Up ahead, a handful of shifters, a pair of lynxes, a bear, and a wolf were barreling toward them. Can't they see their ruler is dead? Sawyer didn't want to fight anymore. He wanted to go to his mate and tend to her injuries. He wanted to hold her hand, to make sure she was okay. But there was nothing for it. The mayors of Winterland had to keep fighting to protect what was there from the 6 shifters who were still in the throes of a dead maniac. Sawyer booked it, running for the oncoming shifters, leading the fight away from Grace. Colin and Tucker were right behind him. Sawyer collided with one of the lynxes, jowl first. Tucker went for the wolf, while Colin took the brown bear. Sawyer had 2 lynxes to contend with, but he would win this fight. Claws and teeth, blood and fur flew everywhere. Loud grunts and howls filled the cold air. He managed to get the upper hand on one of the lynxes, crunching down hard on one of its front paws. He snapped hard, breaking the limb before tearing at it. It hung from the rest of the arms by tendons alone. It was a bloody mess, but Sawyer didn't care. He could focus all of his energy on the remaining lynx. At least Colin and Tucker were holding their own with their foes. Quick! Inject them! Sawyer had been so caught up in the fighting that he hadn't even noticed the other snowmobiles coming up the small hill. Katja, Natalie, and Piper parked their snowmobiles next to Grace, immediately wrapping her up in a thermal blanket. A few shifters from Winterland joined in the fight. Most of the town's enforcers would have stayed behind to defend the townspeople, as was protocol. But Sawyer was happy a few had accompanied the other mayoral mates on this quest. They didn't need any more mates being kidnapped to serve Malone's lackeys. With the reinforcements, it took no time at all to incapacitate the remaining enemy. As soon as the animals lay on the ground, groaning in pain as their injuries slowly healed, Katja stuck a needle in each. The serum would help them fight whatever toxin was in the gassy fissures around the shantytown. The serum would course through their veins to fix whatever made them ill, and Malone wouldn't be around to poison their thoughts either. Sawyer ran toward Grace, who was wrapped in the crinkly silver blanket. One of the mates had brought her a coat. Her teeth were chattering violently. So much for our strategy, she spoke through shivers. Sawyer changed to his human form and took her in his arms. You scared the fuck out of me. I just needed to grab my scarf. I didn't exactly expect Andy Malone to be in the town looking for someone to kidnap. I'm never letting you out of my sight again, he vowed. Don't start with me. I am cold and terrified, but I am safe. Besides, we have more work to do. Now that Malone is dead, we have to go to the shantytown and give the people the serum. Not a chance, he growled. You're going back to town to rest and get warm. I am wearing a coat again. I will be fine. We have people to save. I'm going to be all toasty in a second. It would have been a hell of a lot more convincing if she wasn't shivering like a leaf. Sawyer hugged her close again. He closed his eyes and thanked fate or the universe or whatever force out there that had let his mate be safe. But Grace was right. The fight for Winterland wasn't over until all their enemies were defeated or cured.
Chapter 17. Grace. Stop shivering. Grace repeated it again and again, willing her limbs to stop shaking like crazy. Sawyer wasn't going to let her participate in the next phase of the plan if she was still trembling. You are naked, she pointed out, hoping to distract him a little bit. He waved her off but took the thermal blanket Piper handed him. He wrapped it around himself before cupping her cheeks in his hands. Are you sure you're okay? His eyes searched her face. Malone didn't hurt me. One of his men did, but the cut doesn't hurt. And let's not forget that I wasn't taken for very long. It takes only 5 minutes to develop hypothermia in this climate. You could be in shock without even knowing it, he argued. Good thing we have a doctor on the team. Katya stepped up to them and checked Grace's vitals. She's fine, Sawyer. She's going to be perfectly all right. She's one hell of a fighter. Doc winked at her. We need to get to the shantytown, right now, Grace stated to the group. You'll go back to town, Tucker said to Natalie. All three human women crossed their arms. If this were a kingdom, we'd be the queens, right? Piper said. That means we are also responsible for the people of the land, Natalie continued. And all of that adds up to us going to Shantytown with you, Grace finished. Whether you like it or not, your highnesses. Fuck, Tucker grumbled. They've joined forces, Colin mumbled. We are so fucked, Sawyer agreed. Come on, Grace said, clapping her hands together. It won't get warmer or lighter out. We got shit to do and people to save. What she said, Piper smiled, heading for one of the snowmobiles. Each mayor can sit with his queen, Grace said. If not, you'll have to run to the shantytown. Still wrapped up in her blanket, she took a seat on Katya's snowmobile. Firmly on Team Queen, Katya shifted in her ermine form and settled on Natalie's shoulder once the woman took the reins of her snowmobile. We'll have to run beside you, Sawyer sighed. We don't have enough blankets to protect the royal jewels. I don't like this, Tucker growled. Me either, Colin said. Good thing it's not up to you. Grace turned on her machine. Winterland queens, let's do this. Piper's and Natalie's sleighs roared to life, and they took off. Neither woman turned back to see if the wolf, bear, and fox would follow. They knew. Their mates would follow, always. Riding to the shantytown took a little longer than Grace had anticipated. She was freezing. The wind was strong, and it only got stronger when they were riding through it, slicing it with speed on their way to the shantytown. She knew if she showed so much as a shiver, Sawyer would lose his mind and demand she goes back. She wouldn't. Grace had learned something about herself when Andy Malone so rudely grabbed her. She was strong. She was a survivor. She didn't mind adventure at all. Grace Ann Tumbler might be a librarian, but she had no qualms leaving the page for what mattered, even if she was scared. Some people were just worth the risk, like Piper and the innocent shifters of the shantytown. When they finally arrived at their destination, Grace couldn't believe her eyes. There were barely insulated shacks, while others had settled in small caves. The air was rife with a nasty, pungent smell that made her woozy. A few people shifted into their animals, wary of the strangers. A few approached to attack Grace and the other woman, but the guy's animals were enough to deter them. Wait, Grace shouted. We have news! Andy Malone has died. I don't know why you think you have to follow him, but you don't. Not anymore. You see that gas leaking from the Earth's core? It's toxic. It makes people weak and suggestible. It's made you ill. You need medicine before you lose your minds. We have a cure, a serum. We can inoculate you all. We're from Winterland, Natalie said. We're the co-mayor's mates. We're here to welcome all of you there. Winterland can be your home, Piper continued. We can all live in peaceful harmony if you are ready to get better, if you want to be a part of our community. A few people broke away from the line of shifted shifters. How do we know this isn't a trick, that you won't try to kill us? A man asked. Because that Ermine is a doctor. She took an oath never to harm a living person, Grace answered. Andy said that you refused to let us join the town, the man continued, crossing his arms. He told us that you all thought you were better than us, and you didn't want us riffraff mixing in with your precious Winterland people. Grace sighed. He lied. Andy Malone lied to you all. He needed an army behind him to boot the current mayors because he was denied leadership in the past. He brought you here, probably because he knew the Fishers would make you weak and easily controlled. What are you implying? A second man said. That we're just a bunch of dumb clay that could be molded by Andy? Grace winced. Why did you come to Alaska? To find a place to belong? To be able to live the free life of a shifter? Well, of course, the man responded. And Andy promised you that, didn't he? Then he told you that Winterland wasn't receptive to the idea? Both men nodded. He took me hostage. A woman stepped up. One of his enforcers found me in Juneau and told me that if I came here, I'd be safe. When I arrived, I knew it was a sham. But then Andy wouldn't let me go. He also kidnapped more people. They're being held in that cabin. She pointed to the largest of the structures. It might have been the biggest, but it was by far not the warmest. There were breaks in the joints holding up the walls. It must be freezing in there, Grace thought to herself. Will you take the serum? She asked the woman. Yeah. Natalie stepped forward. We can inject it in your neck. It took 2 seconds to stick the woman with the cure. It took about the same amount of time for her skin color to lose its dull gray edge. Her eyes cleared up, and her breathing steadied. It works! Natalie sang happily, winking toward Katya, who was still in her ermine shape. Anyone else want to be better? Piper called out. We have shelter and food back at Winterland for anyone who needs it. If you don't want to stay, that's okay, but you are no longer forced to stay here. Like we said, Andy Malone is dead. There were some mutterings, and a few people stepped up to take the serum. The first man to have spoken up crossed his arms and watched the scene unfold. Grace kept an eye on him. She was sure he was going to cause some trouble. She didn't trust the harsh glint of his eyes. His skin was so gray, he almost looked dead. He must have been one of Malone's first victims. He'd been exposed to the toxin for a long time. Before she could warn the others with a loud scream, the man shifted into a bear and grabbed hold of her. His claws dug into her skin, and immediately the 3 mares circled him. A few more shifters from the shanty town took on their animal forms and joined the bear. Grace tried to stay calm. She remained still in the bear's arms. I don't know what your name is, sir, but I can promise you that as soon as you take the serum, you will feel a lot better. Just put me down. Let me help you. He roared out his answer to the sky. He wasn't going to listen. Natalie slipped away from the line of people waiting for the serum. All of them looked on, horrified. The bear was ruining their chances of being accepted into the shifter community. They couldn't know that the mayors of Winterland and their queens would never judge the many from the actions of the few. It just wasn't their way of doing things in Winterland. Natalie held a massive silver canister in her hands, pulled from somewhere on her snowmobile. She cranked the lid off and threw it like a quarterback, making a 50-yard pass. Her throw was powerful, and the container landed between the 6 shifters and the 3 co-mayors. Thick fumes emptied out, curling in the cold air. The bear who was holding her panicked and staggered back. As he did, his grip on her loosened, and she managed to tear out of his arms. Grace! Natalie shouted, throwing another canister her way. Grace caught it, turned the lid, activating the aerosol of the serum. With the can held over her head, Grace booked it. She ran as fast as her body would permit her on the snowy ground through the circle of aggressive shifters and then farther into the settlement. It was kind of miraculous. As the air from the canister met the toxic air leaving the fissures, the bad fumes retreated, vanishing. Natalie and Piper soon joined her, running through the shantytown with the gas serum. It wouldn't be enough to heal everyone, and if they stayed too long, the negative effects would take root again. But at least this cleared the shifters' heads enough for them to make their own choices. Listen to me! Grace shouted, jumping onto an unsteady table by a makeshift fire pit. If you want to become a part of Winterland, you are welcome. If not, we can give you passage to Point Hope to get to Anchorage. From there, you'll be able to go where you want to live out your lives, but we didn't come here to fight. Winterland wants peace, safety for all, health for all. If you want a better life, follow us the hell out of here. We can give you food, shelter, and medical attention until you figure out where to go. She jumped down. Who is with me? She ran toward the edge of the shantytown, where there was little to no gas from the fissures. And just like that, Grace didn't need to ask herself what Jacinda and Piper would do. She knew. All she had to do was do what Grace would do. As one of the 3 queens of Winterland, Grace Ann Tumbler knew that helping others was the only way to go. Shifters of all ages started walking toward her, even some of the shifters that had nearly fought the mares. Grace might not have had an adventure before the plane crash that had changed her life, but this wasn't an adventure. This was building a new life. For her, for the shifters, for Winterland.
Chapter 18. Sawyer. The door slammed behind him just as Sawyer kicked off his boots. He was bone-tired. The week since liberating Malone's victims was long and so busy he couldn't remember the last time he had a decent meal or a full night's sleep. There was just too much to do. The Winterland Community Center was full of shifters. Some of them were looking to settle in the town and stay in the community center until houses could be built for them. Others were choosing to leave, going back home. That was a slow process. First, because Burl's new plane was a bit smaller than the one that crashed. Only a handful of shifters could fly from Point Hope to Anchorage. It was also difficult to fly a bunch of shifters because of storms and flight plans. There would be 10 new houses in Winterland. 8 families and 2 single shifters were staying. Though on paper that didn't seem like much, it was a fairly big increase in their numbers. On top of getting all the shifters housed and fed, organizing the town with this new bump in numbers took a lot of time for the 3 mayors. Thankfully, the trio had 3 capable, hard-working, and stubborn mates to help with the process. After the showdown at the shantytown, Sawyer had wanted to take his mate home to mate her once and for all. It hadn't worked out that way. Grace had led the march of newly healthy shifters to Winterland. Afterward, she helped all of them settle, not stopping until it was halfway through the night. That was hardly the time for a long heart-to-heart about their future. Grace passed out before her head even hit the pillow. Sawyer had planned on mating her in the morning before letting her rest, but that didn't happen either. It wasn't even 6 in the morning when Piper was on the radio asking Sawyer to meet her at the diner to help Annie cook breakfast for all of their guests. It had been the same thing for a week. 7 fucking long-ass days of barely seeing his mate. They hadn't even had enough alone time to fuck. Sawyer was just about ready to go cross-eyed if they didn't remedy that, and quickly. He had cornered his co-mayors and the other 2 queens, as the mates were now called, and laid down the law. He wanted one night of uninterrupted alone time with Grace. Sawyer made it pretty damn clear to all of them that it was time for him and Grace to decide if she was going to be his mate or if she was to return to Hawkins. Sawyer didn't want to assume what would happen, but he was terrified that Grace would choose to go home. Maybe that was why she was working so hard on helping the town settle in with their new inhabitants, because she wouldn't be around for much longer. That's ridiculous, and you know it. You know she won't leave. She loves us. And besides, she could be pregnant. Sawyer ran a hand through his hair. He couldn't decide what he wanted on that front. If Grace was pregnant, he would have an heir and a lifelong bond with Grace. He just fucking hoped that he hadn't trapped her. It really hadn't been his intention. He was so caught up in the moment he didn't think about the consequences. "Sweets, I'm home," he shouted. "I know, I heard. You slammed the door so loud my teeth rattled." Grace stood in the kitchen drinking a cup of coffee. "I am so tired. I didn't get any sleep last night. I kept thinking of the shifters who left for Point Hope. I hope they're okay out there. They were fine before Andy Malone found them, and they'll be just fine without him. I know, I just wish they'd chosen to stay. Not all of them could have. We have limited resources, and life up here isn't for everyone. Is it for you, or are you going to leave me soon?" "Yeah, well, still. I like the idea that you can be yourself up here. You know, prance down the street as an ermine or a wolf or a sly fox." She winked at him before stepping into his arms for a hug. She kissed his jaw before slowly making her way to his lips. They kissed like 2 sex-deprived lovers, which was exactly what they were. "Hi," she whispered against his lips. "I feel like I haven't seen you in so long." She giggled. "We were together all day." "No, we were running around all day in each other's vicinity. That's hardly the same thing." "Well, I'm here now, so what are you going to do about it?" He chuckled. "I have a few ideas." "Is that right?" "Yep. I told our co-rulers to leave us the fuck alone until at least tomorrow afternoon. She gasped. What? Why? There is so much to do still. Yes, there is, but there is something we need to do, or discuss. It all depends on you, sweets. And what is that? She asked. You've been here for over a week now. You know what life up here is like. You mean cold, busy, and never boring? Yeah. I do know what life is like here. I understand why Piper chose to stay, why Natalie did too. He held his breath, waiting for his mate to go on, hoping he was about to hear what he longed to hear. I think I want to stay too. Her whisper was so low, if he hadn't been a shifter, he would have missed the words. I know we haven't talked about all of the mate stuff lately because we haven't had time. But if you've ordered the others to leave us alone for a few hours, I think it's time we had a conversation. I'd like that, but only if it goes my way. She laughed. Only if it goes your way? How very regal of you to think that way. What about what I want? What do you want then, sweets? Tell me, and I'll make sure it happens. She held him close. You know what I want, Sawyer Agnor. I don't, though. That's what's been keeping me awake this whole week. I will tell you what I want. I want 3 gallons of paint and a few new counters. I want at least 3 new computers with high-speed internet connections. It can't be that hard to get here. And that way, the 3 queens can also keep in touch with our families. Oh, and I desperately need at least a dozen boxes of new books. And how could I forget, I need a bunch of craft supplies. He frowned at her. What? Grace rolled her eyes. For the library. That place needs a lot of work, but thankfully, I am not scared of working hard. He swallowed. Are you saying you want to stay? She laughed softly. You have to ask? Why else would I have stayed to help the shifters settle? He shrugged. Because you need to see things through and you can't stand the thought of not helping others? Well, I mean, that too. But Winterland is my home now. Because you are here. What about your parents? Hawkins and Agnes and the rest of your senior book club? They will have to go on without me. I've found where I belong. Sawyer picked her up off the ground to spin around in the small kitchen. She giggled in his arms before kissing his neck. You thought I was still thinking about leaving? Yes. You didn't give me any indication that you wanted to stay. Of course I want to stay. I thought you knew. Don't you have that shifter nose to let you know what I'm thinking? Not what you're thinking. Only when you're horny for me. She laughed, breathy and blushing. I am always horny for you. In fact, I would be good to go right here, right now, but only if you mate me. Do you mean mate like mate? He asked, stunned stupid. Yeah. What else would I mean? Make me yours forever. I don't have to be told twice. Thankfully, he hadn't set her down yet. He walked them to their bedroom and set her on the bed. Grace knelt on the comforter and pulled her shirt off. Her bra, a cute little yellow thing that reminded him of the sun, was next to go. Her nipples were already hard, pointing right at him. Why aren't you stripping? She asked him. My mate is stripping on my bed. How am I supposed to have any rational thought? Shirt off, she ordered. He immediately obeyed, ripping the thing off before kicking off his jeans. He grabbed her ankle to pull her to him. With her back pressed into the bed, it was easy to peel her jeans off. Her little yellow thong was also tossed aside until she was completely bare for him on the bed. Sawyer wasted no time. He pinned her knees into the mattress and kissed her mound. Give a woman some warning, Grace gasped, arching into his touch. Can't. I need to taste you. He took a slow swipe up her slit, pausing at the top to twirl his tongue around her clit. I've been going insane without touching you. I mean, you could have. I was too scared you'd say you were leaving. Let's make a deal to always be honest with each other, okay? If this whole fated mates thing is going to work, we still need to communicate. Deal, he agreed before returning to her clit. He circled the nub over and over before taking long licks of her. He lapped at her juices, teasing her until she was ready to go over the edge. Sawyer, she moaned, bucking against his face. His name panted in her throaty need was so damn sexy. He needed to hear it again. He suckled her clit, drawing it into his mouth as he continued to tongue it with rapidly increasing strokes. Grace grasped his hair hard, keeping him exactly where she needed him. He knew she was close to release. He pumped 2 fingers inside her, desperate to feel her clenching pussy as she came. She screamed his name, a perfect blush spreading across her body as she reached her pleasure. He devoured her orgasm, sucking her nectar into his mouth. Grace was still shaking through her release when he flipped her over onto her stomach. Quick on the uptake, Grace rose to her hands and knees. She looked back at him, grinning. My limbs are jelly, she giggled, but I want more. Fuck me, Sawyer. Without a condom, what happens, happens, and you will need an heir eventually, so might as well start trying now. Fuck, Gracie. That's the hottest thing I've ever heard. I'm gonna come so deep inside you. It was a damn promise. He knelt on the bed behind her. Her back was arched perfectly, leading down to her lush ass. He smacked it playfully before biting the tender flesh. Grace wiggled into him. Are you going to do this or not? I need you, Sawyer. Stop making me wait. You can play with my ass all you want after I've had another orgasm. Always with the demands, he teased. She looked back at him with a smile. Come on, Mayor. Show me what you got. With a low, desperate growl, he fisted his cock. It was long, hard, and ready to go. He was always ready to go when Grace was around him. He slammed into her, using her hips as leverage. She shouted his name, lowering her head to the mattress, ass in the air. He thrust into her again and again, relishing the sight of his cock disappearing inside of her. Soon she would be his mate. Forever. More than that. Soon she would be his, with her womb full of his seed. Now there was a crazy thought. He wouldn't last long. Sawyer reached down to her pussy with one hand. He parted her folds until his fingers brushed against her sensitive clit. He continued pushing in and out of her, playing her body like an instrument. He felt it the second her orgasm started unfurling. Her pussy clenched down hard on his cock. The crush of it was pure bliss as he continued to slide in and out of her wet heat. His spine tingled with his release. I want you to come for me, sweets. Yes, she panted, moving her ass to meet his thrust. Yes, she chanted again on the cusp. He increased the speed and pressure on her clit and tilted her hips to reach even deeper. Her pussy clamped down hard as she came, moving with him to an ancient rhythm. Relishing her pleasure, he bit down on the tender skin of her neck as he thrust one final time. A long jet of cum shot out of him with his powerful release. He continued pumping, splashing her womb. Under him, Grace continued panting, moving slowly as he was still, too spent and empty to move. His cock slowly eased out of her, going flaccid after such a powerful orgasm. He bundled his mate into his arms, hugging her close. His fingers went to the tender bite where he had joined them forever. She shivered under his touch. You're mine forever now, he whispered before kissing the mating bite. I think you mean that you are mine forever, she argued. How about we are each other's, he offered. I like that. Now rest. I want another go. This time, I am on top. Yes, my queen, he said before kissing her softly. Grace giggled into the embrace. I love you, By the way, I don't think I told you that before." He grinned. "You agreed to be my mate. I knew you loved me. Sometimes gestures say the words before we do. Like asking my best friend what kind of muffins were my favorite." He laughed. "Piper told you about that, didn't she?" "Yep. You love me." "I do, Grace Ann Tumbler. And I always will."
Epilogue. Katya. 1 month later. The community center had been completely transformed. There were no more shifters living in the building. The 3 mayors of Winterland worked hard to get prefabricated houses delivered to town. The new citizens were getting settled and were a great addition. It wasn't just the rescued shifters. It was the 3 human women that fate had sent to the 3 co-mayors that were settling in the best of all. Really, there was only one way to look at the arrival of Natalie Barsotti, Piper Flamia, and Grace Tumbler in Winterland. Destiny. The 3 women had come at just the right time to help save the town from its greatest threat ever. Each woman had her own set of gifts and strengths that not only complemented her mate, but also brought about something that was much needed to Winterland. Winterland finally had 3 queens worthy of the title. Katya smirked as she watched all 3 grooms shuffle nervously on their feet. All of the townspeople were gathered in the community center, wearing their Sunday best. It wasn't every day Winterland hosted a triple wedding, especially not for the 3 mayors and their queens. "How are you doing, boys?" she asked the mayors.
"Where the fuck are they?"
Colin grumbled.
"I'm starving."
He sniffed the air.
"I can smell my donut groom's cake from here." "Easy, big guy."
Tucker patted his shoulder.
"We'll all be married soon." "Don't see what the big deal is."
Sawyer shrugged, sliding his hands into his pockets.
"We're all mated. This is just a formality. I'm just here for the party."
"Of course you are," Katya chuckled, dabbing sweat from his brow. "You are nervous. It's okay. It's normal." Madeline, who was the matron of honor for the trio of brides, popped her head in and gave Katya the thumbs up. Annie, the best diner cook ever, flipped on the music, and the bridal march blasted over the speakers. Peter Relic, Colin's little brother, proceeded down the makeshift aisle, holding a little pillow on which sat 3 sets of rings. Madeline's kids trailed behind him, spreading flower petals as they went. Then, it was the big moment. Natalie, Piper, and Grace started their procession down the aisle, arms linked. They insisted on walking each other down the aisle as a symbol of their connection as queens of Winterland. It was a beautiful sight. 3 white-clad brides. Each was wearing a different dress that highlighted their personal styles and body shapes. Katya sniffled and wiped a tear from her eyes. In the crowd, Colin's dad blinked, his eyes red. The Tumblers, Grace's nervous parents, held each other, watching their daughter in fascination. Katya was honored, truly honored, to be officiating the wedding of all 3 rulers of Winterland. Each groom went to the center of the aisle to accompany his bride the rest of the way. The couples kissed softly in greeting before facing Katya. "Dearly beloved," she began, her voice cracking with emotion and pride. "We are here to gather together 3 couples and a whole town." There were 6 cakes, 3 wedding cakes, one that represented each couple, topped with figures that resembled them. The groom's cakes were a little bit sillier. Colin's was a massive, and truly it was a colossal thing, tower of donuts. Tucker's was a chocolate cake in the shape of a wolf. The white fondant glimmered like freshly fallen snow. Sawyer had decided on a s'mores cake. It was a tower of graham crackers and marshmallows on which was drizzled a chocolate fountain. It was purely decadent. The newlywed couples stood by the cake table, admiring the desserts before tearing into them.
"I'm so fucking hungry,"
Colin grumbled. Piper patted his stomach. "You are always hungry, Grumpy Bear. 1 more second won't hurt you."
"No,"
Tucker said.
"But we might get hurt if he doesn't get a feeding soon."
"Oh, right," Natalie clicked her fingers. Katya hid her smile behind her champagne flute. She was the only other person who knew the bride's secret. "We have something to say," Natalie went on. "What are you getting us into now?" Sawyer teased, taking in the mischievous glint in his wife's eyes. "Well," Grace shrugged, her hand going to her abdomen, "the town is going to grow a little bit in a matter of 8 months." "By 3 heirs," Piper continued. "We are all due within weeks of each other. Here is to a whole new generation worth of adventures," Grace squeaked when Sawyer twirled her in the air. And if the babies were anything like their parents, Winterland was in for some adventures, all right. The end. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Icescrape, Royal Claws, Book 3, by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Vanessa Kitchens and Joe Hempel. This has been a Findaway AudioWorks production presented by Orange Sky Audio. Copyright 2021 by Millie Taiden. Published by arrangement with Stonesong. Production copyright 2022 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.